Order this meeting of the Town of Los Gatos Council of June 21st, 2022. And we'll start with a roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Syak.
Here.
Councilmember Hudis.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rennie.
And the mayor is here also. Thank you. Next, if we could roll our meeting decorum video, please.
The public is welcome to participate at town council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at town council meetings. 4. All public comments at the town council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
All right, thank you. So first up, we will have a presentation from regarding our Safe Routes to School annual report. And who's going to do that?
Mr. Rob Stevenson is here to give us the update. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Laurel. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Town Council members. There we go. That's what I was about to ask, if we have this deck of slides. Again, I'm Rob Stevenson. I am the president of Los Gatos Monte Sereno Safe Routes to School. Quick disclaimer, under the Brown Act, I am the chair of the Parks Commission, but I am not here in that capacity this evening. I'm here to tell you about some of the wonderful things Safe Routes to School is doing here in the town. Next slide, please. So Safe Routes to School is a partnership between the town of Los Gatos, the city of Monte Sereno, Los Gatos Union School District, Los Gatos High School, Hillbrook School, and the county of Santa Clara, with a large portion of our funding coming from Measure B, which was passed by the voters in 2016. Safe Routes to School hosts activities really every month of the academic year, August through June, as you can see here. And just a quick rundown on those numbers. If you add all those up, that's 7,394 connections with students regarding bike education and encouragement. And we're really trying to get kids from point A to point B safely and reduce the amount of cars on the road ultimately. Next slide, please. Highlights for this year, it was really great to be back after not having any of these programs for the students throughout COVID. A lot of these programs are really looked forward to. The BMX bike assemblies, everybody enjoys seeing their administrators being leapt over on their bikes, or laying down while bicyclists jump over them, or a car or something like to that effect. So these programs were really sought after, and they had asked us when they're coming back. The honeybee scanning program with QR codes. I'll go into more than that in the next couple of slides, but we've gotten some really good data on how students are getting to school, and how many cars, in fact, we're taking off the road, because we know that in the mornings through town, students getting to school accounts for a large majority of the traffic. So we're certainly trying to reduce those numbers. Next slide, please. Education, you'll see here, bike rodeos, kinder pedestrian training, 5th grade bike education. It's really all, we try to keep it age relevant. We won't be teaching the 5th graders how to look both ways to cross the street, essentially. We would assume they have these skills. However, kindergartners and TK, that's very appropriate for them to receive that. So helmet education, 2nd grade pedestrian training. The police department is very supportive of safe routes to school. I believe that's Officer Bormero in the picture there. We always are happy to have their support. Next slide. Encouragement, biking and walking to school week, helmet giveaways. There's anything we can do to kind of spread the word of what we're trying to do. The bike assemblies, the BMX assemblies. Education, encouragement, I'd say, are probably our 2 top pillars of what we're trying to get across to the students here in town. And next slide. Engagement. You may have seen our booths. We're at the farmers market, the back to school nights. We're really trying to get out there and expand our footprint, and let folks know what we're doing out there. Because if you have a student here in town, if you're a parent, you will likely get a communication from Safe Routes to School, or you will see us in your school newsletter. And we are trying to expand our social media footprint because we know that as we get into some of the middle school and high school age students, that's really an effective way to reach those kids and to communicate with them is through social media. So going forward, that will be one of our priorities. Next slide, please. Evaluation. Here's how we kind of got this data. We had a QR code that we gave to the students at Blossom Hill School, and through parent volunteers and student volunteers, we would scan their barcodes and ask what method of transportation they use to get to school. And it was really helpful because prior to this, we, doing surveys on a clipboard, you're only going to get so much data. It's only going to be so accurate, but this seems to be working out really well because of the information we can pull on the back end of those QR codes. That program will be expanding this next academic year to Van Meter. So lots more data to come, and we'll get a better picture of how many cars were taken off the road, essentially. Next slide, please. Moving forward, helmet education and enforcement. We have helmets, but we have a lot of them. If there's a student or family that is in need, we can provide for that. Same with bicycle lights for the front and rear of the bike. As I mentioned, increased social media presence, adding TK classes and a pre-K balance bike program. So this next academic year, all TK classes in the district will be held at Lexington, which is good for us as an organization because we have a captive audience in one location where we can reach every TKer in the district. So we're looking forward to that program as well. Adding bike rodeos to Hillbrook School and Alta Vista. We're going to reach out and hopefully bring them on board because we also have town residents that live in the town of Los Gatos and attend outside of the district. So we're going to try to reach those students as well. E-bike education, of course, which is, I think it's a concern of everybody's, to see a child on a bike that's moving, 20 miles an hour down the road without a helmet on, So I think the education component there is certainly going to be something we strive to reach out for next year as well. And again, like I said, expanding the QR program to Van Meter and Dave's and just having a lot more data on the back end so we have more accurate numbers and we can judge the efficacy of what we're doing out there. Next slide. That may be the last slide. That's it. So with that, I'm open to your comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Any council members wish to comment or ask a question? Doesn't look like it, but thank you very much for letting us know all the good things that are going on with Safe Routes to School and helping to remind everybody to please use safe routes to school rather than driving. So again, thank you for your report.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next up, we'll do council matters. If I could start with Councilmember Sayak.
Since our last public hearing, 3 items to share. Both Councilmember Hudis and I participated with the Cities Association General Membership Meeting, where we were reminded of some positive things that councils have been doing in the past couple of years, and COVID response was definitely one of those. Cal Cities today had a meeting with Valley Water to talk about the ongoing drought and some recommended code changes that they'd like to bring to our council at a future meeting. And Vice Mayor Risto and I attended the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting last Thursday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Badami.
Hello. On June 8th, I attended the West Valley Sanitation Board meeting as an alternate board member. On June 13th, I attended the Finance Commission meeting, and I've also corresponded with numerous constituents regarding the draft 2040 general plan. We had a late meeting last night, and also the cannabis item, which is scheduled tonight as agenda item number 23.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. Let's see. On by the way, Councilmember Sayak was honored at that Cal Cities meeting for her leadership in that group, and it was a really wonderful session to get to know other leaders in the Valley, and was my first time doing that, and I really enjoyed it. Had a couple of meetings. Really not that many. I attended a Finance Commission meeting on the 13th and attended the promenade on the 16th of June. And then on the 17th, participated in the Association of Bay Area Governments General Assembly meeting, which was unfortunately on Zoom again, but I think they're getting close to doing that live. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Last week, I attended an evening meeting with a small group that wanted to discuss cannabis and a bunch of details around that. And I've spoken to a number of residents about various aspects of the general plan, which, a reminder to everybody, we'll continue that discussion next Thursday. Last Thursday, I was able to attend the promenade for about an hour. Saw so many people out there enjoying themselves. It was a beautiful evening, and then had to head back for the Housing Element meeting with the rest of the Housing Element Board. And then on Friday, I attended, I'm part of a monthly group that meets called Green Streets for Sustainable Communities. And there's representation in a variety of cities around the area, primarily centered around Mountain View. And the topic for this month was working together and implementing safe routes to school. So kind of dovetailing with the presentation by Mr. Stevenson. It's kind of interesting to me because it was probably within the last 10 years that Los Gatos had representatives from Palo Alto come to talk to us and inspire us on how to take ourselves up to a higher level. And we were kind of coming in a good 10 or 15 years behind Palo Alto. And the kind of numbers they have in terms of active transportation to school was absolutely aspirational. And to come around to this point where I was at last Friday's meeting, and people from, representatives, community activists, electeds from other communities are looking at Los Gatos and really impressed with what we've done in the last several years in terms of infrastructure and education and encouragement. It's just really exciting to be on that side of it. And so, we'll just keep the inspiration and education going. So thank you. And huge appreciation to Rob and the whole Safe Routes to School group. It's important work for our community.
Thank you. And thank you all council members for all your hard work. And thank you for all your hard work last night. Everybody worked until midnight on our general plan. Everybody is surprisingly chipper looking for having worked all night last night. And since last meeting on June 8th, I met with a Tesla representative related to the slow permitting they're having with BACMed, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, Air District Board that I sit on. So they're wanted to meet with board members about how we speed up permitting. On 6/8, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met. One thing of interest is in order to meet the California Public Utility Commission midterm reliability order, they're trying to increase our reliability of the grid as a result of past shortfalls in power last summer when it's hot. Our board approved 2 new contracts with geothermal resources jointly with other members of California Community Power. Silicon Valley will receive 18.5 megawatts of clean energy from 2 new geothermal projects beginning in 2024. The contracts with Ormat and Open Mount Energy are for 20-year terms, and included within this midterm reliability order is identified a need of 1,000 megawatts of new incremental capacity from firm clean sources delivered from geothermal and or other biomass resources with online date by August 26. So that was what we needed to meet, and it looks like we're going to hopefully meet it by 2024. And a firm resource means it can be on all the time and it's not dependent on weather such as the sun or the wind, for example. So geothermal is a really good renewable resource to get. On 6/10, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy had a special board meeting, which was more of a workshop training for the newer members. I attended that to ensure that there was a quorum. 6/12, I did a ride with the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition to view the San Jose Viva Calais, where they closed the streets for 6 miles in San Jose so that residents can ride their bikes and walk the streets. There's street events and booths and so forth. So it's interesting to see how they do that. I guess it's a little bit like our promenade, but much, much larger. And on 6/13, the BACMed Legislative Committee met. I am the chair of that. Also on 6/13, the Stationary Source Committee for BACMed, the Air District, met. On 6/13, the Town Finance Commission met, myself and Mr. Hudis. On 6/14, I attended the League of Cities Cannabis Roundtable discussion webinar. 6/14, I also chaired the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Legislative Ad Hoc Committee, where we talked about the legislative bills and regulations that could affect us coming out of the PUC. On 6/15, I attended in person for the first time since COVID in San Francisco, the BACMed board meeting. And on 6/16, I attended the Silicon Valley Leadership Group Sustainability Summit, where we heard from Al Gore along with other speakers. And on 6/17, I attended the VTA board as an alternate. I believe that was everything. If I could go to manager matters.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. On Thursday, June 23rd, we are hosting another free COVID test site at our Adult Recreation Center. You can sign up through the county public health website. Encourage everyone to do that. On July 4th at Oak Meadow Park, we're pleased to be presenting the San Jose Symphony and other family-friendly activities. So please join us to celebrate the Independence Day. And then on August 25th, we are launching our Community Police Academy. There are still spaces available for members of the public who might be interested in joining the Academy. It's going to be a great way to get an inside view of law enforcement here at the Los Gatos Montessorino Police Department. More information is available on our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager. Next up on our agenda is our consent calendar, which consists of items 1 through 17. Would any member of council wish to pull an item from consent calendar? Seeing none, would any member of the public wish to comment on our consent calendar? Seeing no hands raised, I'll close up one. Catherine Summers. This is consent calendar items.
And Mayor, do you want to make an announcement about the 2-minute time limit?
Yes, thank you. Since we're expecting it to be a long meeting tonight, I'm asking speakers to limit comments to 2 minutes tonight. Catherine Summers.
Good evening, council. Okay, I can't miss this opportunity. You're going to hear a lot from me tonight, but I wanted to bring your attention to consent item number 16 and the fact that your sales tax revenue is going up by $428,828. Your transit occupancy tax has been increased by $75,000. Not that I want to give a shout out to my staff. It's a lot of people, your town staff as well. Those parklets have made a huge difference. The fact that we have put money into destination marketing has also made a big difference. And I think investment pays off. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. You kept it under 1 minute. Would anybody else wish to address us on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll close public comment for the consent calendar and come back to council for a motion or comments if you like. Councilmember Badami.
I'll go ahead with the motion and that I move to approve consent items 1 through 17.
Great. Do I have a second? Councilmember Hudis.
Second.
Thank you. Would anybody wish to comment on anything on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will call the question. Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. So consent calendar items 1 through 17 pass unanimously. Next on our agenda is verbal communication. We're going to limit those to 2 minutes tonight. This is an opportunity to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda. Would anybody like to speak for items not on our agenda? And so cannabis is on our agenda, Ms. Rogers, but please go ahead. Let's have Joanne Rogers.
She lowered her hand, Mayor.
Okay. Now it's back up. Let's see what she has in mind.
Okay. Am I not allowed to say anything about item number 23 at this point?
Correct. When we'll have you speak at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Summers.
Okay, hello again. So I'm actually here really with some really exciting news. I think you received the desk item from, or it was a letter from Pam Bond talking about the OWL event that is happening in Los Gatos on July 16th, Saturday, July 16th, from noon until 7 p.m. And I think most of you probably remember an event that we used to have in town called the Strawberry Festival. And I've been wanting to replicate it for years. And this is not going to be exactly it, but it's really close. It is a drum in the park event. And we have different workshops, storytelling, different musicians, all who will be in the Town Plaza Park, bringing us a very multicultural experience and sharing with us some stories about where these folks are all from. And I really encourage everybody to get out there. Another bonus to this event is that it will be accompanied by prayer flags, and everybody in town is invited to design a prayer flag. They will be strung up in the park, and then afterwards, the installation will move to the down to Gray's Lane, and we'll have them there for everybody to enjoy. And I think it's really a way of the whole community coming together to celebrate different cultures, to celebrate and to send wishes to the world for healing. So I hope that all of you will support it and come on out. And I just want the public to know about it as well. So we'll do everything we can to get it out there. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I don't see any hands. So thank you, Ms. Summers. Would anybody else wish to speak to us for 2 minutes on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, I will close the verbal comment for items not on the agenda, and we'll move on to item number 18, which is our brush abatement program. And we do have a desk item also on this one. I think that the one person that was in non-compliance is now in compliance, so I'll turn that over to staff.
Good evening, council members, mayor and vice mayor. My name is Meredith Johnston. I work with the Parks and Public Works Department. The town annually adopts the Hazardous Vegetation Abatement Program, also known as Brush Abatement Program, within the Wildland Urban Interface area, and works with Santa Clara County Fire Prevention Division, who serves as an enforcement agent and conducts inspections. Each year, property owners are reminded that they must remove flammable vegetation from around their homes and other structures on their property to create defensible space. Up until earlier today, one parcel remained on the non-compliance list, attachment 1. But as noted on the desk item before you, Jeremy Davis, Hazardous Materials Assistant Fire Marshal, provided an update to the staff that property was found to be in compliance with no further action needed. And it is confirmed no administrative or abatement fees will be assessed, thus no additional public hearing is required in August. Therefore, it is recommended to open and close this public hearing as a formality with no action needed to be taken, since all parcels have been found to be in compliance of the deadline for the season. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council members at this time? Not seeing none, I'm not seeing any. I will open public comment for item 18, the brush abatement. Would any member of the public wish to speak for 2 minutes on this item? Seeing no hands raised, I will close up. Somebody named Zoom user. Would Zoom user like to speak?
Yes, my name is Gayla Johnson.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm very passionate about this issue, and I thank the mayor and the council for bringing this to the table. I was born at Los Gatos Hospital. I have always seen the Bay Area be so responsible in this area, but I must say that I have been a resident of other states for the last 15 years on and off, and I have seen the fires go in directions that they shouldn't. And New Mexico is a wonderful example of how right now the entire state is still burning after the reckless
control of the controlled burn that was initially started. So I thank the council for considering this deeply, because the statistics and the science shows that the burns are not successful and that scientifically they burn out of control. And I thank you so much for bringing this to the table.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Would anybody else wish to speak to us from the public on item 18 about brush abatement? Seeing none, I will close public comments and just make a short comment that council has for a long time done a hazardous weed abatement, which are really just grasses that can start the fire. A couple years ago, as part of our effort to make the town safer from fires, we added hazardous brush as also something that must be cleared, or the fire department will come and do it for you and charge you on your property tax bill. So as speakers mentioned, I think we are leading a little bit in actually doing hazardous brush abatement in addition to hazardous weeds. At this point, I'll come back to council. Do you have, if anybody has comments or would like to make, do we need a motion? I guess you just said we need to open and close. So I don't think we need a motion. Would anybody like to make further comments on this item? Seeing none, we have opened and closed public comment. And so I will close item number 8.
I believe there's a this is Gabrielle Whelan, town attorney. Yep. I believe there's a resolution in the packet for adoption. And so, okay, so we've set today as the date for the public hearing to consider objections. Okay.
The attachment was, I think, the
already adopted
list, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Which has been removed, so we don't need to adopt it anymore.
You're correct. So you are right to close the public hearing.
So I'll close the public hearing and go ahead and close item 18 as is, if that's acceptable to our town attorney.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you for making sure that we are doing it correctly. We will move on to item number 19, which is our landscape and lighting assessment districts, and ask staff for a tee up on this one.
Once again, I'll be presenting on this one. So on an annual basis, the town conducts a process of properties assessments for its 6 landscape and lighting assessment district benefits. The primary purpose of the districts is to provide the ongoing maintenance and care of landscape areas that especially benefit the properties within each zones. The item before you is the final report with the required public hearing and recommended action of adopting 6 resolutions, which will authorize collection and said assessments for the fiscal year 22 to 23. No protests or other written communications have been received on the proposed assessments. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let me open public comment. It looks like Zoom user would like to comment on this item also. I think you should be able to unmute now and start speaking. You're still on mute. So you're still on mute if you'd like to speak to us. There you go.
Hello, council. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to report that Zoom seems to be malfunctioning on my end, and I did not have a comment. I am here for the meeting until the end, but I didn't have a comment, and I'm so sorry for I didn't press the button, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to speak to us on item 19? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and come back to council for questions, comments, and I do need a motion on this one. Councilmember Badami.
Seeing no hands up for comment, I'll go ahead and make a motion. And I move to adopt the 6 resolutions in attachment 1 through 6 to continue the annual process of renewing the landscape and lighting assessment districts 1 and 2 for fiscal year 2022 through 2023.
Thank you. Councilmember Sack.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any further comments? Not seeing any hands from council, I will call the question. Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so it passes unanimously. And we move on to item number 20, which is a report from our senior committee. And I'll just mention to start, with COVID, our senior programs in Los Gatos got kind of decimated, and the council put in $500,000 in last budget year to kind of jumpstart our programs again. Our senior commission put in a lot of work on how we should allocate that money. And then another item the council did was start a senior committee to look at what our long-term needs for our senior population in Los Gatos are and how we can address them. So this is going to be a report out from that committee. I probably stole half of Mr. Andrews' thunder, but I'll let you go ahead.
Mayor, in the order of efficiency, you did a great job. And so I'll just introduce the chair of the committee, Tom Pecrow, who will be giving a brief presentation on the development of the roadmap and the goals that the subcommittee would like to present to the council this evening.
Welcome, Mr. Pecrow.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councilors and everyone. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Senior Services Committee, and my purpose is to recommend a set of roadmap goals which the committee has developed for further work on, and to get your consideration, feedback, and seek your approval for these goals. I think if you could go back one on, please, just before I do want to please acknowledge the great group of team of members that you've appointed to this committee. It's an honor to work with them, and we really, with all the expertise, cover a lot of ground. So thank you, and we can go on to the next slide. Since January, the members have been working in 3 different subcommittees and on gaining data input to make their determination of what the roadmap goals should be. And the first of these, the community assessment survey for older adults, was done through a survey of over 2,000 households that was sent out. And we had a very good response, and this provided a lot of data. The second committee, 2 members especially worked on engaging the community through workshops, a series of 12 individual clubs and groups throughout Los Gatos to really get on the ground information about what is it people need, want, or concerns to help get more specifics relative to the survey. And the third subcommittee worked extensively on benchmarking 7 cities for comparison to Los Gatos. And this covered many of the senior services, the financing, the management, all aspects for those towns, as you see on the slide. And that provided us a lot of information as well. So now I'd like to go through these goals briefly and would welcome any questions you might have. Please interrupt me along the way. The first is on communications and information access. And in this area, it's making information available for services, resources, and events. And in fact, our data showed this is a critical need. And a central feature of this will be an information hub. We'll be partnering with the CHSS Commission on this goal, which is working on near-term aspects, and we're working on more long-term aspects. And obviously, information from many of our other goals will feed into this information hub. The second goal is on facilities. A question which we found fed back to us in many ways, that the current facility is really not adequate. And the question is, does one renovate or build a community facility that includes older adult spaces and services? And included in this would be a funding strategy and a 501c3 Friends of Seniors nonprofit formation ideas. We recognize that this approach for building or refurbishing facilities are many, and it will take a long effort. But in fact, in every case we've seen, this long-term effort was needed and used by other towns in a successful manner. That covers the first two goals. The third, number 3 goal is increase engagement in social, educational, and healthy living. So this is a matter of social needs and engagement. The town has been coming out of the pandemic, doing a good job. We found that it's extremely important to promote awareness and participation and to get information out to people in many ways, and to help support both programs for social and educational, and as well as essential services and training, such as to enhance marketable skills, highlighting special events, making sure events are age-friendly as we conduct them in town. And this is meant to build our programs and just contribute to what's going on now in a very broad way. The fourth goal is
Mr. Pecro, looks like you have a Mr. Pecro, it looks like you may have a question at this point. You asked for interruptions, Mr. Hudis.
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very excited about the work that this group is doing. One of the things that you covered, I think the second one was about the facility. And I know that there was a fair amount of discussion about whether it should be an exclusively senior facility or whether it should be a community facility. Of course, this committee is focused on seniors, so I would understand, that it would be sort of out of the purview of this committee to say we need to serve every need in town. But could you comment on the multi-use, multi-generational aspect or the thinking about that?
Yes, the information we received from this various data suggested that both multi-generational and multi-use is a very important aspect to, for seniors and for everyone, and that this adds a great richness to it. And we observed, for example, in our benchmarking, such places as Morgan Hill, where they built such a facility that was intergenerational and had many aspects, and that really seems to have been a highly successful approach to this matter. So we would certainly want to be considering a broader perspective with input from the town.
Thank you. And I think Diana Miller from the county was especially supportive and enthusiastic about the multi-generational aspect of it. So thanks for that clarification.
Yes, that's exactly right. So let's see.
I think you're on item number 4.
4, exactly. And this is on transportation options for older adults. This is something that we found is really important, essential for seniors as they move through different stages, from driving to needing to have rides. And part of this goal is one of providing and promoting awareness and really a broad perspective. And we can see ways to do that, and that would feed back to the information hub. But partly is to support enhancements of existing programs like RIDE and others, and partly is exploring encountering new programs, which we've heard about from other nearby cities. Things like last minute rides by volunteer drivers and other good ideas. The fifth goal is on volunteers. So volunteer support and engagement, we discussed that, putting it even under number 3, but in fact, volunteering is a very important opportunity for older members of our community. It provides engagement in the community. It takes advantage of the expertise. And we found that we need a much more efficient way for seniors to find and participate in volunteering activities and a wide range of opportunities in the town and clubs, service providers, and other groups, and to actively contribute. We saw examples in some other towns where this was centralized and then fed out in ways that it made it easy for the user to find information they needed. And I think we can do much better. The next goal is number 6, is developing integrated governance, funding, and accountability for senior services. Now, currently we have a distributed model of senior services with minimal central planning, measurement, and coordination or accountability for maintaining and advancing services. Our benchmarking results showed that we can do better. We need a coordinated management model, we believe, and a sustainable financial plan. We think this area and recognize this area is very challenging. It's not easy. It takes a lot of considerations, but we think it can result in increased efficiencies, enhanced senior services, and long-term stability of programs. So we felt we needed to start on this sooner rather than later. The last but not least goal is in senior housing. This is one of information on approaches and options. We recommend, of course, we're not in the more business of building housing, but certainly this goal is one of providing sources of information to our older adults on housing, on safety, legal assistance, many other issues, and also of advocacy for senior needs and promoting a new urbanism, which I like to emphasize, which walkable spaces where people can meet, eat, shop, socialize together, work, and receive services. So we think this one not to neglect. So that completes our 7 roadmap goals. Of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions or hear your suggestions from the committee. Actually, we're really excited about these goals. The more we looked at the data, the more it was clear that these are exciting things that we really should do and can do. Some of them are short-term, some are going to take quite a long time, from months to many years. But we think over the next 4 months, we're prepared to do a lot of work on essentially developing detailed plans for these goals to bring them back to you in the fall for detailed consideration and we hope support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pickrell. Let me open it up to public comment, see if any members of our public wish to comment on this item. I see our senior commission member, Dick Conrad.
Unmute.
Yes.
As a member of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, I participated in this from the start of recommending ARPA funds to the council. And now I'm a member of the Senior Commission, and I'm probably the most senior member, having at least 20 or 30 years of experience in being a senior in Los Gatos. And I must say that we've gone through a real comprehensive effort, and the results are pretty spectacular, I think. And we're already seeing a real positive response in the community in terms of just the publicity we've generated to date, increased membership in our 55 plus program. So I think we're on the right track, and I hope you all feel we are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to, this looks like somebody from LGS Rec under LGS Enrichment.
Hi, everyone. This is Lisanne from LGS Rec and the 55 Plus program. I just wanted to use this opportunity to say thank you to the work of the commission, the committee, and the town, and for your support this year. And I wanted to share a little bit of good news with you all. We have reached over 500 members in our 55 Plus program and growing. And just to put that in context a little bit, in the last 5 years, we have never been over 400. So we really look forward to the continued growth of our program and of the sense of community for older adults in Los Gatos.
Great. Thank you, Lisanne, for all of that work and getting the program jump-started after COVID. I don't see any hands, so thank you very much. Would anybody else wish to speak on this item? I will close public comment and come back to council. So this is an action item to approve the senior goals. So feel free to ask Mr. Picrow questions or make comments or a motion. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I think one of the things is, and it is the first item, I think, in the goals, is communication. So I'm wondering, what's the state of communication with our senior community now? And what is sort of the next step? And actually, would the adoption by the council of goals be something that might be newsworthy to the senior community in town?
So the state of communications now is primarily through the Outlook run by SASE, which you all know about, and the print run by LGS Rec, which has been coming out monthly. Those have been expanding. I know the print to a greater group. And we have some information on senior services on the town website. It's not so easy to find. And what we're really lacking is sort of a unified a place where you can go and be directed off to various questions or various areas, as we have seen in other towns that, and as people I've been working with and together with in the commission and elsewhere, there just is a lot of information out there, but how to find it without having some personal guide to take you through is really difficult right now. And we just think we can do a whole lot better. We think this in part can be a short-term goal in our work with the commission, some commission members. And then also we think there is a lot of low-hanging fruit for a long-term goal if we can get some support to develop, for example, apps and integrated software that we wouldn't be able to do just on the town website, where we could bring in and essentially have this tree that feeds out if I want to know about this, or if I need to, if I need help on what about mental issues for my family, or what about events going on in town. Basically, there are many areas that we can, and much of that we can simply build off of what's already out there. And there, as you may know from this state legislature, there's a new issue on county-wide information that's, we hope, will be available in the AD area in the next year or so, and we with Diana Miller's support, we hope to engage with that as well. I'm not sure I answered everything.
Well,
Maybe
yeah, I think you did. It seemed like this process gained some momentum and traction with the very nice event that was done. I think all the council members attended. It was well attended. I don't know if it's under communication or under one of the other goals, but is there a plan to do sort of community-wide in-person events when it's feasible to do that?
Yes, there are a number of plans underway where we've discussed with our subcommittee chair Nancy Pearson and with Catherine Summers and others how we might perhaps leverage support from town clubs and others to develop a regular sort of periodic social event where people would get together, like the one you're referring to on, I believe, the 21st of April, which we thought if we were lucky, we might get 50 to 75 people, and we had more than twice that many people. And it was a great event, and it showed us just what's available, what can be done that we didn't even, I think we didn't fully appreciate. And so we do hope with some contributions and good volunteer work from our community to marshal a regular series of events. And we're working on how we might do that now.
Thanks.
Okay, further questions or motion? Councilmember Badami?
Well, after listening to the presentation, I'm just as excited as Mr. Crow moving forward. So I'll go ahead and make that motion to approve Senior Services Roadmap goals as recommended by the Senior Services Committee.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'll second the motion.
Any further comments on this, on the motion or this item? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. So the 7 goals pass unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Pickrell, for your presentation and all the hard work of the committee. We will close item 20 and move on to item 21, which is to receive a report out of how the promenade went this week. We had originally planned to, there's been a lot of planning for that and wanted to put it on an agenda afterwards, just check in to see how it was going and if adjustments needed to be made. So I will turn item 21 over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again, everyone. Yes, this is a check-in opportunity for the town council to review how the first promenade went last Thursday evening. I'm happy to report that it went very well, and in collaboration with the chamber, our staff team debriefed and identified a couple of things that we could do together to further facilitate the success of the event. You should have received a desk item this evening that outlines the few enhancements that we are recommending that we add to the special event permit. They pertain to staffing to make sure that the chamber has adequate staffing to especially monitor the egress and ingress points. Improved signage, town staff is willing to provide specific signs to the chamber that the chamber can then reuse for multiple events. We want to make sure that the traffic closure is clear. There is a vendor that assists the chamber with the closure, and of course town staff bring in the anti-vehicle barriers thanks to our Parks and Public Works Department. We could have done better in this area. I think the vendor got a little bit confused as to which traffic plan to follow, but fortunately we were able to correct the closure points, and unfortunately it did delay the start of the event, but we ultimately got that done. So I think there are some easy things that we can do to make that happen better. And then we would just also make some additional changes and bring that forward to the chamber for their continued operation of the promenades. We are also committed to providing the July reports to the council as requested at the June 7th meeting. So overall, we're really happy with the opportunity to continue this series of events. It's definitely a learning opportunity for our Parks and Public Works, our police department, and other staff, and we are committed to continuing to facilitate its success. With that, staff are available to answer any questions as well as take public comments. Thank you.
All right, so I don't see any quick hands. I will go to the public for comment on this item, starting with Brian Bernasconi.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to the council and to everybody here talking about the promenades. It was a slow night. We were in contention with the now league champion Warriors on Thursday. So it was a little bit slow, but I thought everything went amazing. I was happy to see Councilmember Risto out there. And I think I ran into you, Rob, Mayor Rennie. And we just had a great time. It was, in my opinion, it was everything it's designed to be. I think we're going to be able to build, as many of you know, I'm on the board of the chamber. I probably should have said that up front, and I helped to organize this. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the support and everybody getting behind it. I mean, we had a day that we were all running around like chickens with our heads cut off to get that thing going on Thursday. And everybody showed up and did their part, and we really appreciate it. And I really want to give a shout out to Chief Field and her team. I just kept in constant communication with the officers that were on site. They were doing an amazing job. It was really great to see them down there. It was wonderful to see you, Chief Field, also down there. Thank you for attending and having a wonderful attitude. Everybody on your team was just fantastic. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bernasconi. I don't see any hands. Next up, we have Phil. I'm assuming this is Phil Berry, but if somebody else, please tell us. Okay, you can unmute yourself and begin speaking, Phil.
Okay.
There you
I
go.
don't want to interrupt the meeting. I was trying to get in on the senior thing, which I supported as a senior. And I was just testing to see if the hand thing worked. So I'm done.
Okay, thank you. That was 10 seconds. That's very fast. Thank you. I guess that's good when you really want to get yours in, you need to make sure it works. All right, so not seeing any other hands, I will close this item and come back to council for questions. This is a receive a report, so we don't need a motion on this, I guess. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to make a comment. I do appreciate the way the staff and the chamber work together. You kind of expect at the first event, there's going to be problems to shake out. It's probably fortunate that there was the Warriors game going on and a small number of people so that, the issues, the late opening, I know there was somebody, at least one person who was a minor that had a wristband, all of those issues to be shaken out happened on a slow night. So it sounds like there's good planning. And, as we move forward through the summer, we know last year the crowds kind of grew with each week. So hopefully this early adjustment will help us, get through the larger crowds and the more popular nights. But I would have to say, everybody I saw looked happy. It was, family filled. I like the entertainer that had a whole bunch of kids captivated. Well, there was kind of juggling and magic and other things. The bands were fantastic. And seeing our police force and so many members of the town staff out there was just really wonderful. So thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I will close item 21. Next up is going to be item 22 and 23. And just to put those into a little bit of context, the council is aware that we have a looming structural budget deficit. And in order to fix a structural budget deficit, you have to look at either more revenue opportunities or reducing costs and services. The town has done somewhat recently, and I guess we're still doing evaluation of a survey on what services are most valued by our town members. So we've been collecting that information. The next two items are potential revenue items that were ideas that were brought up. Both of these items are ones where the council will be deciding if we want to send it to the voters to make a decision on it. I think maybe I will stop with that context and let Mr. Andrews continue.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. And I'll be addressing item 22 tonight, which is receiving the business license analysis and ordinance review, receiving an additional recommendation from the Finance Commission, and staff asking to direct us to continue moving towards additional research and community outreach for a ballot initiative for modernizing our business license tax structure. You'll recall in September of 2021, the Finance Commission reviewed our existing business license program. And based on that review, they did make a recommendation for staff to bring a recommendation to the town council that we should perform an analysis and review and potentially look at ways to modernize the existing business tax. The town council did receive that recommendation in October of 2021. And based on your discussion and the recommendation from the Finance Commission, you did ask staff to move forward with hiring a consultant, which we did in January of this year. And we hired HDL to perform that analysis for us. And tonight you will see that their report is included, and I'll just do a brief summary of their report. And I also want to mention that with us tonight is Eric Myers, the chief author of the analysis and the report. But briefly, one of the things you would expect with this analysis, after not changing anything since 1991, is that our structure has evolved into what's known as a regressive structure, meaning there's not necessarily an equitable distribution of payments versus a small business, a medium business, and a large business. There was a chart attached to the report which illustrates this concept, where you can see the effective rate for a large business is almost half of what the effective tax rate is for a small business. When we do look at our collections in total, we are relatively strong in terms of receipts for business tax. But as we just illustrated, where you're probably not receiving the monies in an equitable fashion, even though in total we do receive a pretty healthy business tax relative to some of our peers. Also in the report is a recommendation from HDL. They are recommending what's referred to as model number 2, which is a single rate method of taxing on gross receipts and moving the entire program to gross receipts. One of the things this does is it does create that equity structure. There is also an ease of calculation, and you can potentially capture revenue as the economy grows. One of the ways this creates an equity balance is businesses that gross less will pay less, and businesses that gross more will pay more. In addition, they recommended a flat fee for the first $25,000 of gross receipts for $25, which also creates another benefit for some of the smaller businesses in town. In the Model 2, there were 2 levels that HDL asked us to look at. One would be $1.25 per thousand over 25,000, and the other is $1.50 per 25,000 per thousand over 25,000. In the staff report and in the analysis provided by HDL, you can see that either one of those scenarios would provide a modest increase in total collections, with the exception of they did remove an outlier in town, which is our largest business in town, because it would have significantly skewed all the results. And so this is really more illustrative of the traditional businesses in town as opposed to our one very large employer. What staff is asking tonight is to continue proceeding towards a ballot measure. Over the course of the summer, staff and the town attorney's office, in consultation with HDL and potentially outside consultants, will put together draft ballot language, draft resolution, and draft ordinance to return to council on August 2nd, which would actually be the last meeting in order to meet an August 12th deadline for submittal. So that is one area that staff would work on over the course of the summer, is gaining those materials and bringing them back to you on August 2nd. One of the other big areas would be community outreach. So over the course of the summer, staff is going to put together a comprehensive outreach plan, which would consist of several components. Similar to the sales tax measure in 2018, we will build an entire web page on the town's website with all the relevant information. One of the other things we intend to do is, typical, use our social media. We would also coordinate business outreach with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce and their members. We will also engage, I mentioned there are 1 or 2 large employers in town. We will engage one-on-one with those employers to inform them of our intention. And we would also meet with other relevant business groups in town. If possible, we would like to send a card to the businesses that make up our current business license database, and just once again do a direct mailer postcard letting them know that this is being contemplated, and to reach out to staff if they have any questions, and possibly even host a virtual business forum depending on the response we get from a postcard. And then if all this continues to move forward, the Finance Commission has requested that we put a special meeting together for them. They typically would take off in July. And they would ask that we do return to them with the research and the additional outreach prior to coming to council on August 2nd. And so we would facilitate that request from the Finance Commission. And with that, that concludes our report. As I mentioned, myself and then Eric Myers, we're here to address any questions of the council.
Okay, Councilmember Badami has early questions.
Thank you. If we change the model from a flat fee to gross receipts, would it be self-reporting by the business? How would we audit that? Does staff have the time or the resources? Because I believe there might be a pretty significant increase that might create some sticker shock for some of these businesses.
So I'll start off, and then Eric, please jump in if you want. So one of the beauties of going to a gross receipts for every business is administratively, it does create a slightly easier administrative function as opposed to our current blend of some flat fees, some various fees, and then a receipting kind of gross receipts. But to answer your question, yes, they would report to us, but we're also capable of getting that information through the state, through sales tax data. So there are ways to monitor it without doing like a specific audit, I think the way you were intending with your question. And I don't know if either Eric or Budget Manager Angvari, if you'd like to add anything else.
I'll just briefly add, I appreciate the question. General practice is for it to be a self-reported tax. Our company administers 80 plus cities in the state of California. It's always self-reported upfront. And then if there's reason for it to be investigated further, it can always be investigated further. We find that to be generally, people are pretty straightforward about reporting their gross receipts. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councilmember.
And thank you. Yes.
Badami, yeah. And Councilmember, I think there was one more part to your question, which was how will the redistribution impact the various components of the community? And so it's a very good question. So at a very high level, what it does is it does create a more equitable structure. But in order for small businesses to pay less, it does mean larger businesses and medium-sized businesses would pay a little more. You will find in the staff report, in the HDL report, table 11, where we tried to give an illustration of how this might play out at an aggregate level, which HDL created, and then Budget Manager Angvari asked for a couple more specific examples. And so you can kind of see how the town's current rates play out versus Model 2 or Model 3. And if folks like, I can pull it up as a share screen, or I can just, or I'm seeing a couple nods, okay. Does everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Great. So here we laid out, with HDL's help, quite a few kind of examples. And so at the very top line, you can see a small business with one employee making less than $20,000. They would go from the current 75 to 25. We start moving up a little bit. We now have a nail salon with one employee, but they're grossing 100,000. And so you can see for them under the current system, $112. Model 2 would increase them slightly, and Model 3 would decrease them slightly. We now have a single employee tutor at the $75,000 range. You can see either model would decrease them from 200 to 175. So let's skip to a mid-sized restaurant with 15 employees, grossing 2 million. You would see they would go from roughly $1,000 to either 3,000 or 2,000. But if we look at a restaurant with just 3 employees and less revenue at 150,000, you can see it's either the same under Model 3 or modestly increased. One of the things HDL noted in their analysis is that we have a lot of professional services relative to other cities. And so you can start to see as we look at different types of professional services, you have a doctor's office, 10 professionals, 10 support over 2 million. They'll go from 2,150 currently to approximately 2,900 under Model 2, and then almost 6,000 under Model 3. You can see in a doctor's office with 1 professional and 1 support making about $750,000, they would go from 200 to about 1,100 under Model 2. And so you can see that it is based on income. As you start moving up in income with this model, it does start to make things more equitable by charging smaller businesses less, medium businesses a little more. And then ultimately, when you get to a large business, at the very bottom, you can see an e-commerce or wholesaler, 25 employees, 4 million in sales. They would go from a current about $1,700 to 6,000 under Model 2 and approximately 8,000 under Model 3. So you can see how the distribution does change things for people, even though it doesn't necessarily change in a significant way the total collection, with the exception that this does exclude the one very large employer in town. But for the rest of the business base in town, it just kind of redistributes things in a more equitable fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Appreciate that.
Of course.
And staff is recommending Model 2, correct?
Correct. We didn't differ with the opinion of HDL, so we were recommending Model 2. But that being said, this item is here tonight for council deliberation. And if council wants staff to move forward through the summer with a different model, we would do that based on council's direction.
Councilmember Hudis, questions before I go to the public?
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One I'll save for after the public. The first one, you sort of got to a bit, and that is, how easy is it for us to get our arms around the net effect of this? It sounds like a very large departure from the way we've been doing things. So even before the initiative is on the ballot, or the measure is on the ballot measure is set, do we have a pretty good idea of what the overall financial impact will be for the town?
We do. Part of the HDL analysis was looking at what the new configuration would be. And so I'll answer that question first, and then I'll move to your first question. So I'll do a screen share again. So you can see in the report, this is the estimate for Model 2, and it shows that if we were to move to a 1.25, $1.25 per thousand, we would get approximately 1.4 million, $1.50 per thousand, approximately 1.7. Last year, we collected 1.3. So you can see that with the exception of the one large employer, this isn't necessarily a revenue measure. We would get a modest increase. It's really a measure to move towards a more modernized, equitable structure. One of the elements of our current structure, because I believe the first part of your question was, how big of a change is this? So the fact that we actually already have a gross receipts model on the books since 1991 is actually pretty good. A lot of municipalities either haven't had a gross receipts or had, typical flat fee structures. So for us as a community, it shows that we were pretty ahead of the times by already having a component that's gross receipts. What this would do is just move the entire program to a single gross receipts model based on revenue.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I've been looking at some of the tables. It's hard for me to judge how this compares to other communities. I mean, do we have a sense of whether this shift would change the distribution of the type of businesses that would want to be in Los Gatos? Would we, by changing this, push mid-sized businesses to relocate or not want to be in Los Gatos? Or would the taxes be similar in the next community over?
Well, I'll start off and then I'll definitely ask Eric to join in, because HDL has made a few kind of inferences in the report based on our current composition of businesses in town. So once again, I'll do a screen share real quick if that's okay with the council.
Go ahead. We like screen shares.
So Vice Mayor, one of your first questions is how do we compare relative to our neighbors? And so this table in the report kind of gets at that, and you can see that there are some folks with gross receipts, and it's not a surprise that the folks with gross receipts also have some of the highest collections. As I previously mentioned, we as a municipality in the area collect aggregate a good amount of business license tax relative to some of our neighbors. But that being said, a lot of our neighbors are realizing that they have antiquated programs similar to ours. And so you will see on the ballot in the coming year, multiple jurisdictions who are going to modernize or change their system in one form or another, especially folks who haven't done a change in 30 years. That's not uncommon. And so that's one way of comparing us, is looking at this table in the report, and you can see right away, some folks have an employee and flat fee, gross receipts, and then you would see ourselves, gross receipts and a fixed fee. And then the other part of your question was, could any of this potentially be a deterrent to attracting business in town? And I will defer that to Eric, since he did note that we have a high composition of professional services relative to some of our peers. And I guess there is a point where, potentially you might reach that inflection point. But Eric, if you want to comment, please.
Sure will. Thank you. So in the broadest sense, the short answer is yes, that's always can be a risk when you make a change, particularly where you've had businesses who, at least from my perspective, looking at it, have had significant tax breaks for quite some time. That change can be worrisome for them. I would point you to maybe the city of Sausalito, though, as a good example to consider. City of Sausalito made a change to what's closer to Model 3, basically is Model 3 in what we presented. I think it was 2018, 2019. And in that particular situation at that time, what you saw was significant increase in collections and basically no decisions at the margin that people were leaving. Now, the reason you can hear me hesitating and hedging a little bit is we're not in 2018, 2019 right now, right? And so when I am working with other cities, one of the concerns is, looking at the broader economy, is this the right time to make those kinds of changes? So that's a fairly long-winded answer. I apologize, Councilmember Risto, Vice Mayor, excuse me. But I think the short answer is yes, there's risk, and there's a little bit more risk in your town than a lot of other cities that I work with, because we're not talking about location businesses. We're talking about services which are a little bit more fluid, and professional services which are a little bit more fluid. And so it presents this question of, not to put too fine a point on it, but how important now is sort of the simplification and the equity issue, which staff and ourselves are bringing before you.
And I think from the staff's perspective, regardless of a recession, one of the main reasons we continue to bring this forward is the equity issue. And if we were to be in a recession, I think the equity issue becomes much more salient.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think that's the balancing point, right? I mean, for me, the equity is important, and I think we want to make sure that we support our small businesses, but then there's the concern about what we might do to larger businesses. Okay, I thank you.
I'm gonna open up public comment at this time. I was resisting myself making a comment in there, so until we go to public comment. So let's start with Catherine Summers.
Good evening again, Council. So this tax question and the possibility of this being a ballot measure is why chambers were created. Eric, I want to thank you for being so honest. Timing here is really, really tight. And so I'm encouraging the staff to really be careful in the decisions you make about putting this on the ballot. I just had a board meeting last week, and I brought this possibility to their attention. And the first thing, and the room got pretty loud. First thing they said is, oh my gosh, they're going to tax our success. And it was interesting. So I want you guys to think about what that means. I'm not saying never say never, because I do believe we should modernize our tax, the way that we tax businesses, but I'm not sure. I think we have to be a little bit careful. Our biggest concerns, who is most effective? So many people are still struggling from, coming out of COVID. And now we're heading into a possible recession. And so these numbers do not look good to them. Again, will the big guys leave, or even some of the middle businesses? And how will we ever attract people to come here if this is what our tax structure looks like? So I hope you'll just take some of that into consideration before you put this on the ballot. I know outreach is critical. I think Arn and I already have a few meetings scheduled where he, it's all about the narrative and how we sell this. But from what I've seen, just the few conversations I've had, it's going to be hard to sell.
Next up, question for Ms. Summers from Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Summers, I guess regarding your board, was there a robust representation of people from different types of businesses? Was there anybody who thought, oh, good, the smaller businesses will be bearing less of the burden?
Interestingly, there was not. It was a pretty unanimous shout out for, we cannot handle any more taxes right now. And I do have a pretty good representation on my board, from realtors to restaurant owners to small businesses, of many types too. So I think it was pretty representative. Again, it was a first pass. So I'm not saying that it can't be embraced. I think the equity issue, I think they listened to that. I think at this point, they really thought the big 3 words were tax on success. The better we are, the more we're taxed. And they did not appreciate that idea at all. So that, I think, is what you have to kind of grapple with. And Arn, I'm sure you're taking notes here. But I think that's, and this is something that directly affects the business community of Los Gatos. So this is, really crucial that we engage them in these conversations. And I actually think we should have a town hall, whatever that looks like, but in person, let people come and really voice their concerns, so that, and have have an open dialogue about it in person.
Okay, thank you. I agree with that. I'm a little concerned, that we're not hearing from all voices, because it looks like we're not increasing the number of fees we'd be collecting overall very much. It's almost a redistribution. And so it seems like, in my mind, some businesses should be happy about this. And it sounds like you're telling us there was pretty much unanimous negative response.
Again, my board doesn't represent all businesses for sure. So take that, for what it is. I could see, there is probably the few, a couple of the salons that might be one or two people, or the esthetician. So certainly this is going to help some. I'm mostly concerned about the mid-sized businesses that we have, quite a few here. We could use more. And I just don't, so I think that is where the sentiment was coming from my board.
Okay, thank you.
Would anybody else from the public wish to address us? I thought I saw a hand up before. I guess not. Okay, I'll close public comments and come back to council for discussion on this. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of continue the conversation that Vice Mayor Risto raised, because I too am very concerned about that. It was a large part of the conversation at the Finance Commission. It sounds like this is a direction that we should explore, but I think instead of kind of thinking about selling this, I think we need to actually be completely honest about it, and to back up the discussions with some data about what does it mean to me. That's what this is going to be about. And so it looks like we've got a target in the plan of the largest employees, business groups, and then we have the chamber, but then there's everything else. And so it would seem as though the outreach, although difficult, might be really to engage some of those who are not covered in those two groups, and to do it with hard data, understanding we're not going to please everyone, and that we have to look at what's the overall benefit to the town as well. But one thing I think keep in mind is that if it is a ballot measure, it may be more popular with the residents than it is with the business operators. And so it might pass, even though we haven't really calibrated our businesses. There are more residents than there are, business owners. So that's why I think really honest and targeted outreach, the idea of a town hall, but a town hall backed up with data, and going the extra mile to meet some of the businesses who don't normally engage in the chamber, let's say, would be really important. So just some thoughts on that. I think I'm sure the town vitality manager and Mr. Andrews are already thinking about that, but I think it's important that we don't go down this path and then put something on the ballot and then surprise a bunch of people and have a backlash. It'd be better to do this outreach as we are developing the ballot measure to the extent that we can. So hopefully we can do the outreach in steps as we understand more and it can get more specific. So just some thoughts there.
Mr. Andrews, could I ask you to, did somebody want to respond to that?
I was just going to thank the council member, because that is our intent, to have two parallel paths over the summer. One would be the legal path, which is researching ballot language, ordinances, and resolutions. And then the other path would be extensive community outreach, which in the staff report does include, possibly doing a postcard to every business license holder. And so that would get to the point the council member was making, that, we need to reach out to more than just chamber participation and large employers. And so that is our intent.
So Mr. Andrews, I would like to ask you to put back up the slide that has the Model 2 and the Model 3 in it that you showed with the different professions. Any way to make it any bigger than that?
Sure, we can break it in pieces. I can make it bigger and we'll take it in pieces. Let's go down.
Okay. So the point I wanted to make is, if you look at, I kind of think Model 3 is better for certainly the businesses that I believe Ms. Summers was talking about. Model 3 is better for them. You look at a nail salon, it's Model 3, it's less than they're paying now. If you look at a restaurant of 3 employees, it's the same amount. If you look at the mid-size restaurant, it's not as bad as Model 2. Where a lot of the increases come are in the professional doctors' offices. And I'd like to remind council, we've talked about this before, some of the worst traffic generators are doctors' offices. So they are doing the most wear and tear on our town. And I don't feel badly for them, participating in a little more of the taxes for the town that we have to keep up. So I'm a little bit in favor. I know staff is not recommending Model 3, and I'm not quite sure why, but the taxes seem to support more of the small, medium businesses that we're worried about. We have a hospital right on our border, so I don't know that doctors' offices are going to go very far if they have to pay a little more tax. So I'm kind of advocating for Model 3. Maybe you could just scroll down so we can see what's at the bottom of it also.
And
go ahead.
And I was just going to add that as one of the staff that was the lead on the 2018 sales tax measure and the 2019 annexation, I completely agree that over the course of the summer, the most important thing is education, because I saw the dialogue on both those issues change over the course of time as residents became more informed and more educated about what was being discussed. And so that would be our intent, is to put together data, put together education forms and education materials, and then see what the council thinks in August 2nd. And then if the council moves forward with a ballot measure, then what the community and the businesses think, having been fully informed.
Okay, so that was my comments on that. I think, so the question before council is, do we keep moving forward with this, with the ballot measure? We need to choose between a Model 2 and a Model 3. Staff's recommending Model 2. Councilmember Sack?
Thank you. So question to staff, you want us to choose between Model 2 and Model 3 now, or is there any benefit of waiting to see feedback from the community on which of the models?
And thank you for that. And thank you for that question, because over the course of summer, we can draft ballot language for both alternatives. We can present and educate on both alternatives. And then we can see the type of feedback we're getting. And then on August 2nd, bring all of that to the council so that you can see what, we've gathered and what we've heard over the course of the summer. And on August 2nd, similar to the way with some of the planning commission items, you have 2 different resolutions set up depending on what you decide. And we could do a similar effort here, just have both prepared and ready for either council deciding on one of them or council deciding on none of them.
Okay, and just, my feedback is I like that option. It obviously places more work on town staff, but I think having more information to share with the business community, I think just engages them and gives them options are always good. So I would be in favor of bringing this, having this continue, because I do think we have shared quite honestly with our community our fiscal situation. And so I think it behooves us to continue the conversation, but to everyone's point already, that conversation over the summer is vital. And I like giving the community some options to ponder as they look at what is before them. So with that, I'm ready for a motion if you're okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I move that that staff continue research and public outreach with both models, and that you return on August 2nd with proposed ballot measure for both, with also, I mean, definitely please engage us with all the different community engagement opportunities that are available to the community. I know I'd like to participate and listen to as many, but for those that can't perhaps attend them, bring back the feedback that you're receiving on both of the options. So.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second the motion. I'm also curious, I don't know if it's possible to get information on which other local municipalities are planning to put something on the ballot.
So Eric can speak to this because he handles a lot of clients, but I know for a fact that Palo Alto is moving forward. They currently do not have a business tax. They've had attempts in the past that never came to fruition. And I am fairly certain that Oakland is moving forward in a similar fashion, moving to a more progressive tax structure with their business license tax. And Eric, I know you have several clients right now.
I do. I'd say two more in roughly your neighborhood are Belmont and Burlingame. Although Burlingame, it looks like they're going to increase their flat tax. That hasn't been fully decided. They haven't made a final decision, but they are proceeding forward with continued discussions, and Belmont is discussing options. They've been looking at this for several years and are trying to move away from a flat tax to a gross receipt as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm seconding the motion. I won't make any changes to it or propose any changes.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So in full disclosure, for those that do not know, I'm a small business owner. So I'm going to reserve further comment. However, I will be supporting the motion.
Okay. Any further comments? I will call the question then. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so passes unanimously. Thank you for Eric and Mr. Andrews for all the work on that. So next up, we'll go to item 23. And I'll turn this over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor, the item and council. The item before you is the consideration of our exploration regarding cannabis businesses within the town of Los Gatos. You have before you a lot of information included with your staff report. With us this evening are our consultants from HDL, the same company who helped us with the business license tax. We have AJ Kolori and Mark Lovelace with HDL. Holly Zapala has been a wonderful support on this effort, as well as our new town attorney. I also want to recognize the work of our police chief and other staff who have done investigation on this. So it's really been a very collaborative effort. And as many of you know, we've been meeting with community members for several months on this issue, and you have a lot of public comment within your packet to consider this evening. So I just want to say that after a lot of exploration, we did do the HDL report to identify the potential revenue stream for taxing cannabis businesses should the town council decide to modify our land use ordinances and allow cannabis businesses. It would bring in a revenue stream for the town. If we did move forward, we would also set up our own regulatory program, which could be cost recovery. And what that means is that the costs of permitting, reviewing businesses, doing periodic monitoring and other work could all be borne by those businesses themselves. So that is another option for town council to consider. Our chief and her staff, I want to recognize the efforts of our two captains, especially Captain Moy, talking to colleagues in Northern California and their experiences. And really, it was those experiences that really led to our staff recommendation that because we are such a lean police department, and even with the opportunity for cost recovery, for monitoring the regulatory program, it's the other potential law enforcement costs that may not quite be covered by all of the new tax revenue that got us particularly concerned. And in our county, unlike Monterey County and other places, we just don't have the countywide infrastructure of law enforcement support. We would really be on our own. San Jose is a much bigger jurisdiction, but we don't have the countywide support that other jurisdictions benefit from. So for that reason, staff is recommending that we maintain our ban on cannabis businesses within the town of Los Gatos. We did conduct a scientific survey. As you recall, last year we did a survey monkey. And so we thought, we got good results that, many of our population is not interested in a cannabis business, but we hired ETC to do a scientific survey. Their intent was to survey 300 residents throughout the geography and age distribution of Los Gatos. They got actually over 400 surveys back. So that means a statistically significant result within plus or minus 95% confidence level. Even in that survey, we find that the support for a cannabis business within the town in terms of high support or medium support is about 58%. And many of the survey respondents were very interested in an increased regulation beyond just the state regulations. That survey was distributed to the town council and made public this afternoon in a desk item. There's some very interesting comments and data available to you. So really the question before you this evening is whether or not you would like to maintain the ban on cannabis businesses within the town and potentially consider a ballot measure to tax cannabis businesses if the state decides to allow them and impose them on local governments. The town attorney is doing research as to what we can tax. This is a very complex area, and I do want to provide an opportunity for our town attorney to clarify some of the information that she has discovered in her research. Thank you.
You're still muted.
Thank you, Laurel. So as the council may be aware, there's currently a pending state bill that would allow delivery businesses of medical marijuana, and that would preempt local regulation in that area. And so we'll know later this year whether or not that passes and becomes law effective January 1st. And so I've been researching taxing opportunities in the event that that bill passes. And to date, I've learned that we cannot impose a sales tax on those medical marijuana delivery services if the buyer has a special medical cannabis ID card. However, that may not preclude the town's ability to impose a business license tax on gross receipts for those delivery businesses. And so I guess what I'd like to say is I'll continue to look at taxing opportunities on the delivery of medical marijuana if the state bill passes. And so I guess in a general sense, one thing that we would like to know from the council is whether there's interest in pursuing a tax in the event that that bill does become law. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start off with questions with Vice Mayor Risto.
Yes, I have a question primarily for the town attorney. If there's a medical marijuana dispensary or delivery, is that only is that cannabis restricted only to people with a medical marijuana card, or can people buy recreational marijuana that way?
My understanding is that it's limited to people who need the marijuana for medical reasons. And the research that I was doing on the taxation element brought up the concept of the medical cannabis ID card. And so, I'm still learning about this area, but it's my understanding that you don't need the ID card to purchase medical marijuana, but you do need it to avoid the sales tax.
Okay, so to follow on, I think I'm following you. If someone doesn't have the medical marijuana card and they purchase from a regular dispensary, my guess is they have to pay taxes, but they don't if they have a medical marijuana card. If we have if the state will not allow us to exclude medical marijuana delivery from within Los Gatos, my assumption, which may be wrong, is that 100% of what they deliver would be medical marijuana, and we would not be able to tax that under the scenario you're describing.
Yes, and so the research I've done to date indicates we can't impose a sales tax, but there may be the possibility of imposing a tax on the gross receipts, similar to our business license tax.
And then I have another question, because then I'm concerned about if we are not getting an extra tax or we can't do cost recovery, do we still have the same police and enforcement and oversight that we would have to have with a regular dispensary? And how do we enforce that medical marijuana is only going to people with medical cards?
Yeah, I probably don't have answers to those questions tonight, but I'm definitely looking into it further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all for right now.
And if I may just add, it's my understanding, looking at how the Senator Wiener's bill has evolved, SB 1186, it doesn't preclude local governments from putting their own regulatory program together for the medical cannabis delivery businesses. So should that bill pass, we would be able to establish a medical cannabis delivery regulatory system and then use our normal cost recovery approach to develop that. So should that bill pass, we might want to put those regulations into effect. And we do have our consultants with us. So if I may just provide an opportunity for AJ to perhaps give us a little bit of insight. I'm sure you've been following the legislation and have other clients that are having these similar discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Jay Kaluri from HDL. Nice to see you all. So we are working with other jurisdictions on this issue. Local jurisdictions do have the authority to impose a business license tax on both medical and adult use sales. But at this time, the town of Los Gatos does not have a dedicated cannabis business license tax, so that would not apply locally. Regarding sales tax, both adult use and medical sales are subject to sales tax. It's only in the situation where a person has a medical marijuana ID card and they're purchasing medical cannabis that it would not be subject to the sales tax. But that's a shrinking portion of medical sales because you can also purchase medical cannabis with just a doctor's recommendation, not with one of these special dedicated medical marijuana ID cards. So it's somewhat complicated, but it depends on the type of identification a person has, as well as the type of sale, as well as whether or not you have a business license tax in the town of Los Gatos.
Okay. Question from Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I'm kind of eager to hear from the public, but I while we're on this topic, what is the overall split between recreational and the different types of medical? What percentage overall do we typically see?
I don't have the numbers offhand. I might refer to our policy analyst, Mark Lovelace, who's on the call for a breakdown. I do know that the medical sales are becoming a much smaller and smaller fraction of overall sales. It's mainly a convenience issue. Even if you are a medical customer, it's just more convenient to not have to get the doctor's recommendation and purchase cannabis through that way. But Mark, do you have a breakdown of the current adult use versus medical sales in the state?
I don't have actual detailed figures on that, but the projections have been that it's about 10% of the market that is in medicinal sales. Of that, to the point about the medical marijuana identification cards, currently there's only about 3,300 of those cards issued in all of California. So the portion of sales that would be exempt from sales tax is inconsequential for any sort of analysis. It's a very, very small portion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sayak?
Thanks. Similar line, business tax. Should the state allow this, do we need to put on the ballot the business tax? Or is that just a business that would fall under a normal fee structure?
I believe with the research I've done to date, I believe we would need a ballot measure.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Badami?
Thank you. As we move towards public comment, I'm not sure the public had an opportunity to review the scientific study. I just got it very late this afternoon and I'm trying to digest it. But I just want to make sure that I'm reading these numbers correctly, in that this being a scientific study, that we've got 53% strongly opposed for allowing commercial cannabis, with 25% strongly supporting it, whereas the numbers really aren't deviating much from the unscientific study, the Survey Monkey that we did. Is that fairly accurate comment?
Yes, I think what we're seeing is that our community is really closer to, is really kind of evenly split with more people up on the, actually it's about 58% somewhat support and strongly support. So it's very, very close. A little bit higher on the support side than what we saw on the Survey Monkey results.
Well, I'm sorry, I read it different. I see it strongly opposed, that 53.1% not strongly supporting.
Yeah, and I guess I'm looking at the results for question 3. Perhaps if we're looking at a different question, the answer might be a little bit different.
Okay, what page are you looking at?
Is there any way we can put this share screen on this?
If I could ask my colleague, Mr. Andrews, there are, it's page 7 of the of attachment 7 for the desk item. And then for question 1, if we look at question 1, we would see what's your level of support or opposition for legalized medical use. We've got 56 saying strongly support, allowing businesses in Los Gatos. You're right, the strong opposition is 53%. And I assume question 1 was really what you were looking at, council member.
I'll review it a little bit more. I might have more questions on this. Thank you.
So it's up on the screen now for everyone to see that allowing the very last bar, allowing commercial cannabis businesses in Los Gatos was strongly opposed 53%.
Okay, that's what I wanted to verify. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I really wish that the council and the public would have more time to absorb this poll before we make an important decision. From what I can see, there are contradictions between answers about those questions. the questions aren't identical, but it seems that the survey lacks some internal consistency on asking that question. And so, I don't have the question numbers in front of me, but I see 3 questions that kind of get at the same thing. And they flip in terms of support. And then there's another one that is kind of in the middle. But like I said, I wish I had some time to go through this, because I do see it just jumps out at me that there's some internal inconsistency between the responses to similar questions. I don't know whether the consultants have had time to look at that and want to comment on that now, but it would, it's going to take a little time for me to sort through this.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon that with survey instruments like this was not done by HDL, this was done by ETC, which was the same survey consultant that helped us with our community-wide survey earlier in the year. And they did tend to ask similar questions, but with slightly different emphasis. And I think that's why you're seeing different types of responses. So you almost really, and I do apologize that this came in so late, but you'll see there is an overall trend of more, should this happen, our residents are interested in more regulation, limiting the number of businesses, et cetera. So it is, depending on how the question is asked, there are some different results.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, when you had the question, I'm sorry, when you had the question up on the screen, question 1 showed kind of more opposition, but question 3 has 51% supporting. So that one, and it says based on this information. So I'm guessing there was leading information that went into it, and then the support became stronger than it did in question 1. I don't know if there's an explanation for that.
So at the back of the attachment is the actual survey instrument. And so the additional information was commercial cannabis retailers are the only businesses that can sell cannabis to consumers. A cannabis retailer may have a storefront location where customers buy cannabis, or it may sell cannabis through a delivery service. Storefront retailers may also offer delivery. Non-storefront delivery-only retailers must have a physical location, but it is not allowed to be open to the public. Cannabis retailers can be licensed to sell cannabis for medical or adult recreation use, or both. And then based on that information, they were asked the question, do you support or not? So, so it did influence the results.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that looks like that's all the questions for now. We usually take a break at 9 o'clock, and people are sounding like they actually would like a few more minutes to look at the survey results. So I'm thinking that we take a 10-minute break. Before I do that, I want to, so we will come back and we'll open up public comment, or I'll allow more questions than we want, but then we'll shortly be doing public comment. And I had limited public comment to 2 minutes, expecting to have a large number of people speaking. As a result of limiting it to 2 minutes, I would suggest if you would like to team trying to get your message across, when you finish speaking, just let me know who you would like me to call on next to continue your team message, shall we say. So with that, I will call a 10-minute break until, let's call it 9:15. We'll make it an 11-minute break. I go to the public. So I will call this meeting back into order from recess, and we will open up public comments for this item. Let's start with our Zoom user. You are unmuted and may start speaking.
Hi, my name is Gayla Johnson. Can the council hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I want to thank the mayor and the council for bringing this topic to Los Gatos. I want to say that I'm so excited to say that I was born at Los Gatos Hospital, and I am a business owner, commercial real estate developer, and 5th generation to this Bay Area. My great uncle was known as Hiram Johnson, the greatest governor of California. And I stand here today in his family's shoes, stating that passing this initiative to bring cannabis to Los Gatos would be beneficial for many different reasons. The tax revenue alone, I would like the city of Los Gatos to look at a little city called Santa Monica. I heard the council mention their concerns about the delivery tax, and I want to ensure the council members that the city of Santa Monica has done a great example of delivery business and tax revenue that we could look at. And the medical cannabis users are about 5% that are going under this non-tax exemption. And that's something that the city needs to look at. But I just stand here today so excited that this is coming to the topic. And I want to thank the council and the mayors for talking about the senior citizens earlier in this meeting, because the senior citizens are my main concern and the reason why I want this to pass, because my own grandparents, great uncle, etc., don't want to drive to the outskirts of San Jose to pick up their medicine.
Ms.
And if
Johnson,
you don't,
time is up. Let's see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any, so thank you. I think we got your message.
Thank you.
I'm gonna move on to Grant.
Hi, my name is Grant Palmer. I am the CEO of Cannabis out of Santa Cruz, California. We also have another dispensary in Salinas, California. Between the two stores, I paid last year just under $1 million in taxes to local governments. Between the two, we've been around since 2014. We've never needed law enforcement intervention. We have cooperated them when there's been other crimes in the neighborhood and they wanted to use our video cameras. We allow them. We cost no money, essentially. And I also wanted to comment on your study that I think the study doesn't discern between cannabis cultivation and retail sales. Cannabis cultivation can create a great odor. Retail sales does not create any odor. So your residents might have been confused. They might have thought like, oh my God, this business is going to move in next door to me. It's going to stink up my whole neighborhood, lower my property value, when that's not really the case if you're just talking about dispensaries. So HDL is really good at stuff like this. I would recommend consulting them and having them come up with a question about, separating grows from retail. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. I do have one question for you. I think one of the policing concerns might be about organized crime, which is less visible, but still something that police departments have to worry about. You only have 2 stores, so maybe you are aware whether that is an issue or not.
I am painfully aware of crime. Of course, I want to pay attention. I don't want to get robbed, obviously. No notice anybody else. HDL vetted our application when we went to the city of Salinas, and they vetted it for organized crime, and they kind of kicked out the shady characters. And if you have good operators, it's not going to create any police impact. And I think a lot of the studies that you might find where it said, there's a lot of this money went to law enforcement was because, like in Salinas, for example, we had law enforcement would vet every single employee. So we'd have to get every single individual employee approved before law enforcement. The cops in Salinas came and said, hey, this is costing a ton of resources and it's not really effective. So they dropped that this year. And I think on the next year's revenues, it'll show that, we generated a ton of money for the city, and, we cut out some of that waste and made all the difference in the world.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. I will
Thank you.
move on to Joanne Rogers.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. Thank you for listening. We have not seen the police report. We have not seen that survey that was just done. You obviously have just seen it. I don't think that's fair. However, there was an article written and sent to you by Phil Cohen, and I would like to read part of that in case you did not have a chance. It did come to you today. The town council started down this path based on the assumption that allowing marijuana retail storefront sales would be a good fiscal decision. There have been no objective data that supports that this will actually happen, and more likely than not will be fiscally negative. It is highly probable that on a net revenue basis, retail sales of cannabis would be financially break even at best, and even more likely than not generate a net revenue loss. Phil arrived at this conclusion using a more likely tax revenue estimate of $264,000 and assuming that at least 2 additional sworn police officers and 1 administration headcount would be needed to support the retail program. Unfortunately, HDL analysis did not include a financial feasibility study and only focused on projecting potential revenue and tax collection projections. This represented only 1/2 of the required analysis. He wanted to point out that there was obvious error and questionable assumptions in the HDL revenue projections. It's necessary that the town council have the benefit of a different perspective during your deliberation. HDL's business model depends on local jurisdictions allowing retail sales of cannabis. The firm makes substantial money by providing additional consulting services, including drafting and regulations. It goes on, and I know I ran out of time, but thank you for listening. We have more. Joe Rogers is sitting right here, and he would like to continue a little bit on this, if you don't mind.
Yes, please. I don't see any questions for you yet, so let's have Joe Rogers, please.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I thank you very much. I'm always amazed at the amount of effort and time the town council puts into this and other matters. But we're looking at the work that Phil Cohen did, very comprehensive. You you probably have received it, but didn't have time to look at it. That's the reason we're covering some of his conclusions. It looks, he did a very good job. He believes that HDL's revenue forecast of 16 million for Los Gatos, you have to also believe that every local resident that purchases cannabis at a local store, that there are 7 individuals living outside of Los Gatos, driving to Los Gatos to make a purchase. So reflect on that. He says 7 drive from outside of the town to purchase. Is that a good public policy for the town, and does it even pass the reasonable test? And Phil is really questioning the forecast made by HDL. The HDL analysis is based on unsupported assumptions that the total cannabis user base served by Los Gatos is 30,504 buying locally, and an additional 26,146 are coming from outside of the town. So it really, the total analysis is, as he says, is extremely problematic. It would be very interesting to have HDL, if they have the actual tax revenue collection data for a local jurisdiction that's similar in economic size and socioeconomic makeup as the town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Next up, Lisa Harris.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I've had the pleasure of speaking with the majority of you on this board over the last month or so. But the most important thing I really want to make is that the Vice Principal Christy Grasty of Los Gatos High School and Principal Kevin Buchanan of Los Gatos High School submitted some very compelling reports and findings regarding substance abuse, marijuana, drinking, etc. And they are speaking on behalf of 2,168 students alone at Los Gatos High School. Then you add in the 1,263 students just at Fisher Middle School. This doesn't include all of the other private schools around here. So that's 3,431 students, that they are all going to be affected by this if our town decides to allow cannabis. The dispensaries give greater access and normalizes the use of marijuana. This is not acceptable. The town, I'm noticing, is focusing so much on money that nobody has really stopped to talk about what does this mean? What are the social implications? What is this going to happen to with our kids? Full disclosure, I have a relative that has a chronic disease, and the relative is over 21, and I have purchased product from Caliva and from Airfield. I'm very familiar with these dispensaries. It is, I'm so frustrated that nobody's thinking about this. Yes, medicinally, it's a great product. I totally understand that. But recreationally, it's a problem. I get emails from Caliva, one of the dispensaries, and their Father's Day advertisement said, "Get Dad high for Father's Day." Is this the message your town wants to give to our young adults and our teenagers? I want you to think twice about this.
All right, thank you, Ms. Harris. I don't see any questions. Next, Diana Pleasant.
Can you hear me?
We can, please go ahead.
Thank you. As a Los Gatos High School teacher for 30 years, I am really concerned about marijuana availability and its effect on our youth. According to the National Institute of Health, factors such as drug availability and beliefs that drugs are generally tolerated are risks that it can influence young people to start to abuse drugs. By allowing dispensaries in our community, we are condoning the use of marijuana. I submitted a 1 minute and 10-second clip to the clerk, if she could show it now. Thank you. Want to enable the sound?
She had a scholarship to Colorado State University. He was a great kid. I wish she could have done it. He started using marijuana at 14 and told me because he went to a party where a friend's brother had obtained a medical marijuana card, which is a farce, at 18 years old. They can legally walk into our dispensary, buy these 80–90% THC products, take them to parties, and sell them to their peers. So when he first started using, he told me that they all wanted to try to get high at the party and he didn't know what to do. He very quickly became addicted. 5 years later, he died by suicide, saying that the mob was after him. We don't have a mob. That UNC was an FBI base, that everybody knew everything about him. He became completely delusional.
So please, council, I'm asking, consider the safety and health of our youth over the priority of your budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pleasant. I'm not seeing any questions for you. So again, thank you for speaking. Next up, Jeff Suzuki.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. From what I've heard, there's a lot of fear around drugs in Los Gatos. After all, this drug can increase the chances of suicide by 8-fold. In fact, it can account for 22% of deaths by suicide. Shockingly, 40% of crimes involve it. Prolonged use or binging it significantly increases the risk of a violent offense. And what's crazy is you can walk across the street and get a glass of it in the form of beer, wine, and various alcohols. Yet we accept the service of alcohol. The fact is that you can isolate various facts about a substance and demonize it. But there is a social utility to alcohol, such as maybe a nightlife in town or relaxation from work. You have to account for the various benefits and downsides of any substance you choose to distribute. And I believe there are substantial benefits to be had here. There is a large senior community that exists in Los Gatos who can use products derived from cannabinoids, such as CBD, which has no psychoactive effects. There are a lot of adult athletes who derive value from marijuana and its anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects. And I'll say it, I occasionally use marijuana when I am injured. I do a lot of running and sports, Brazilian jiu-jitsu and judo. And when I've sprained my ankle or nicked my neck once every few months, I think that this provides value to me. And I'm not alone in this. According to Harvard Medical School, basically, these effects have been confirmed. It can help manage nausea, treat glaucoma, and relax tremors and Parkinson's. And that is not to say that marijuana may not have risks. A confirmed risk is that its prolonged chronic use in harming short-term memory. But the evidence saying that marijuana causes violence, suicides, and etc., I've actually taken the time to read these studies. And if you read them too, they do not establish causation. They establish association. I believe that a dispensary can do a lot of potential good, not only for its revenue, but for the social welfare for those who experience chronic pain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suzuki. Any questions for Mr. Suzuki? Not seeing any. Thanks again for speaking. I will move on to Grant.
I apologize for speaking again. I just wanted to clear something up, though, that cannabis is already available. It's already available at your schools. It's already available in your community. The black market for cannabis is approximately 10 times larger than the legal market. This is not about whether or not.
Actually, I'm going to have to cut you off. I can't let you speak again. That would be unfair to other people. Sorry.
I didn't only take a minute, but that's okay.
I should have kept a better eye on who spoke already.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Next up, Brian Bernasconi.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Brian Bernasconi. I've only got 2 minutes, so I'm going to be quick and I'll pick it up where the last guy left off. Marijuana is already available. Anybody that's concerned about young people getting pot, you shouldn't be worried whatsoever. They can get it anytime, anywhere. When I was in high school at Los Gatos High in the 80s, it was available all the time, everywhere for anybody, and it was illegal in the entire state. So I don't know how opening a legal dispensary where there's actual rules and regulations and where we have oversight and we have testing and we have safer product available somehow impacts the youth of our town. I don't think that having a dispensary is going to have an adverse effect on the character of our town. And in fact, I think that it is time for all of us to drop the Nancy Reagan, just say no crap, and really start to dig down on why those kids want to smoke weed. Let's really start to talk about why they want to smoke weed and stop demonizing these darn kids. They're in trouble. They're hurting. They're coming from places where they're getting heaps and heaps of pressure put on them. They live lives that are just constantly fraught with future problems that are put upon them by us and by everybody. Let's leave them out of this. Let's not make this their fault. Let's not other this onto those kids. And I would just like to also get onto the idea that I just don't understand how we could possibly think that having liquor stores and restaurants that serve liquor and grocery stores that serve liquor where kids can go into Safeway, stand in the liquor aisle all by themselves and gaze upon that crazy alcohol and not be at risk. What are we really talking about here? Let's take the money. I'm so happy. Thank you for talking about the money. Let's take the money and let's try and do some good in the world. Let's put programs in play with that money. We turn that down. We're shooting ourselves in the foot. We're making a symbolic gesture that will be forgotten about, I promise you, in 4 or 5 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernasconi. I don't see any hands. I'll move on to Donna McCurry.
Thank you, Council. As a frequent flyer attendee of town council meetings, I listened to opponents' comments against opening a cannabis dispensary, and I reviewed the survey, though I'm a bit confuzzled, and the staff recommendations. And I'm not sure the answer is just say no to allowing a legal business. I worry about the message it sends to the business community and not working towards a solution. In the times of COVID, we asked our businesses to pivot and find creative ways to survive. The town, in collaboration with businesses and the chamber, worked together on the Parklet program, which was held up across the state as a model for other municipalities as a creative and supportive solution. Why can't we work together and create a solution that allows for a legal business for the 21 and older to operate? Take advantage of private-public partnerships that can be formed to address concerns for our kids and work to address the stress on the police and town resources. One of the opponents' arguments is that it sends the wrong message to our children. To follow that logic, so do businesses that sell alcohol. Should Las Gatos Wine and Liquor Store across the street from Van Meter be closed? Should the town require the 7-Eleven across the street from the high school to stop selling alcohol? Do we rope off the aisles in the grocery stores and restrict them to 21 plus so underage children don't see alcohol? And should we close the Hotel Los Gatos because it had beds and it could promote the idea of sex among high school students? CASA was founded in 1984, and we are still having the same conversations about substance abuse among our kids. Something isn't working, and we should rethink our approach to this issue as a community. We are a community of innovators, problem solvers, and creative thinkers. Surely, just saying no to illegal business is not the best strategy we can come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. I don't see any hands for you. Next up, Christina Taroni.
Can you hear me, Council?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to say that I am in favor of moving forward with regulations for the commercial cannabis dispensaries and the proposed general, or what you call special sales tax or business tax. I agree that cannabis is legal. My only concern, which has not really been answered by the council or HDL, is I would not be supportive of it if after the studies proved that we were not getting the revenue or the taxes. And I'd also like to have an idea of where the taxes were put in place, as well as would it offset taxing the small businesses in town. But I do, following the last speaker, I do agree that it is time to kind of accept the fact that cannabis is legal. And just thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taroni. I don't see any questions for you. And I can't believe I don't have any more hands. Okay, I knew more would show up. Let's go with Lee Fago.
Good evening. I knew this was going to be a rather contentious topic for the council to listen to, particularly from the community perspective. I have provided previously to the council and the staff a number of reports quoting from various resources, and that these were mostly dealing with some of the social issues, particularly with our youth. And you've heard from the principal of the high school and from other school administrators on their concerns around this issue. What the town is pursuing is a new tax revenue. So let's look at what the consequences of this would be financially. The data has shown in other municipalities around us that, in fact, in order to be competitive with the street drugs, they've had to reduce the taxes, the tax rate in these other communities in order to compete with the illegal street drugs. And what this does is reduce the town's opportunity to offset the increased cost for providing security protection and these other services that are necessary in our community. It affects policing. The report from the staff tonight indicates that it would be a zero net gain financially for the town to go forward with cannabis sales because of the cost of the public services. The cost to the citizens in their homes is even higher, both financially and emotionally. And this is long-term. So please do not go forward with allowing retail sales in town. Street drugs have increased in areas where legals have been available, and in some places, it's significantly reduced the revenue opportunity. And please do not allow this to happen, and follow the advice and the recommendation of the town staff, which recommends that the council maintain a ban on cannabis retail sales. Do, however, put a tax in place in case the clowns in Sacramento allow sales to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fagot. I don't see any questions. Let's go with Catherine Summers next.
Okay, I'm up already again. So psychology, philosophy, and questions about our youth aside. Also, I think we should put aside the survey results. I know it was scientific, but we have 33,000 people in our town and only 400 responded. I'd actually more like to draw your attention to the policy questions that were presented to you this evening, and going down to number 4. Should the council consider placing a ballot measure to establish a tax on cannabis businesses? If nothing else tonight, I do implore all of you council members, you would be fiscally irresponsible to not at least, at a minimum, put a tax on cannabis on the ballot in November. And that gives us then the opportunity, if it ever is passed by the state, we don't know what the state is doing right now. And at some point, while it's already a legal business, at some point, the state's going to say anybody can open a cannabis shop anywhere. And why would we ever leave money sitting on the table? Some people call it a sin tax, S-I-N tax. People pay for those damn sin taxes. And so again, I really look at all of you council members. You cannot be so irresponsible. We have a structural deficit in our budget already. And so please be responsible. The other parts of this will work out. I spoke with people in Carmel today about how it's working there. It's working fine. I spoke with other cannabis people who run dispensaries. They pay for the police department to beef up their services or whatever they need to do. Do not miss this opportunity. Thank you.
You have a question, Ms. Summers, from Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. Question I have is about, I haven't really heard much about this, is what kind of synergy or impact does having cannabis retail operations have on other businesses? Particularly, I think that there's been a fair amount of polling that says that that business should be located in the North Santa Cruz area or in light manufacturing or that type of thing. Not much support for doing it in the central business district. So have you or your members given some thought to whether this would impact other businesses in a positive or negative way?
Thank you so much for your question. And in fact, I just received a note from our president of our board, Andrea Romano, and she said, what happened to talking about the board vote, our chamber board at that same meeting where we talked about the business tax? The same board, the same crew voted almost unanimously to have cannabis passed in Los Gatos. And so to answer your question specifically or directly, other businesses chamber members have expressed that they would appreciate having cannabis sales here in Los Gatos in very specific ways. For example, where you recommended in an area that is, probably over in the university district. I mean, there's been few sites. I worked with the former attorney on where those sites would be, and it's very specific where those sites would be. All, in terms of destination marketing and in other businesses and in possible gross receipts, business tax, we can't lose on this. And why would we forego the opportunity to take this chance?
If I might ask a follow-up,
please.
If it were located there, and we're looking at on this report 100,000 people from San Jose who would be interested as a potential group to shop in Los Gatos, would they, and I'm thinking about what businesses are over there, would they spend more money on the dry cleaners or the DMV, or how would that benefit specifically the businesses in town?
I think we don't know. No one knows really the costs or the revenues that could be associated with a dispensary in town. And I think certainly that leads us to a little bit of a risk. I hadn't even, until you just said that, even thought about how many more people might come into town, the older folks, from whatever in town that might come and use the or go to the dry cleaners that's right next door. I mean, I think there's huge potential. And again, I'm taking the philosophy, the psychology, and everything else out of it. So I appreciate that question, because I think those are things I haven't even thought about. I think my board maybe thought about those a little bit, but again, don't leave those on the table. Let's explore the opportunities here and at least get that tax measure on the ballot.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. I don't see any more questions for you. Next up, Chris Lane.
Hi there. Just wanted to say thanks to everyone on the council for all of your work on this. I know we've had a chance to speak several times and tour individuals and do several public events and all sorts of things. But just really quickly on a couple of notes from this evening. By transparency, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Airfield Supply Company. But I think a couple of things that have come up, police cost or cost of a program like this. I know we had reached out and said San Jose is happy to speak with you all, but the short answer on that is the retailers cover the cost for a program like this. I know there's a lot of examples out there that you can pull up, whether it's online or having conversations with individuals, but it is simply it's cost recovery is the name of the game in a program. So, factoring that out. Additionally, I heard something mentioned about organized crime. That is absolutely something that, maybe you hear people talking about concerns in a place like Monterey that has, a much more challenging environment that's going on. That's not something you'd ever see. These are companies that are licensed, that are third-party tested, that are state validated, that are regulated, which leads to the next point. People have talked about safety and security. Dispensaries use TSA level ID scanners. So if you can sneak into America, yes, you might be able to sneak into a dispensary, but that opens up a significantly higher level of conversation that I think people need to be talking about of where these coming from. So safety, security, it's a positive benefit on the neighborhood, more security, more surveillance. The business impacts, as the chamber was just speaking on, we see this everywhere, that it is an increased benefit across. And I think the other thing to note is the survey. I think what you saw there was the cannabis education process happening. When people were uninformed, in that first question, they weren't quite sure what they were answering. When they were given a little bit more information into exactly what's going on, they changed their answer, and that answer flipped, right? It was a 40-60 before, now it's a 60-40. That's what you see over and over, because with regulation, insight, and education, you get to a modern approach. And so I would pass it off to Nate Hill after this, but I think there's a question.
Yeah, you do have a question, Mr. Lane, from Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. And I know you reached out to me about explaining costs, but we weren't able to connect. have you thought about some of these costs? Because this analysis that we have doesn't look at the cost side, it only looks at the revenue side. Do you have any information you can share about the level of services that are needed in communities where you've established your business? Someone earlier spoke about 2 sworn police officers and an administrative person. There was also information from town staff that there would be cost recovery fees on top of the sales tax. Is that, have you experience with those cost recovery fees elsewhere? And do you think those cover the costs generally in the places where you operate?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I mentioned this. I know I had shot an email to a few people, but the San Jose Cannabis Regulatory Program is happy to speak with Los Gatos about this. Officer Stephen Gaffney there, who's one of the main people in the program, said he'd be happy to chat. I know I shot a note last week seeing if anyone was able to connect with him. But in terms of cost recovery, I mean, the short answer is yes. There are anything that has a cost associated with the city is covered by the retail operator, whether that's essentially from the annual fee, whether that's from supplementary fees. We get a quarterly at Airfield. We're in San Jose, for anyone who doesn't know. We get a quarterly bill that includes anything from the cost of doing fingerprint checks and badging employees to larger items like audits. The audit that we do that I think was mentioned in the staff report around tax auditing, like forensic accounting and those kind of things. That's actually like those things are covered by the retailer. So, there's even, if you go to the San Jose website, there's even a breakdown of just like baseline costs for everything from what it costs to submit an application to the city for something to the cost of an annual fee to the cost of anything. So, obviously the framework needs to be developed and thought through, but the reality on cost recovery is it's designed in this exact way so that cities aren't taking on a large burden. Obviously, there's new skills and new skill sets that need to come in. I think in a program like this, a logical, 1 to 2 dispensary geography, you're not needing a massive force that can be working this. Those items are spread very thin. If you have 5 employees, you're badging 5 people a year. At Airfield, we have 140 employees. It's a very different program when you're thinking about scale here, and I think that's a really important thing to dive in on appropriately.
I had a different question, Mayor. Is it okay?
Please go ahead.
I don't know if you're familiar with the report that we received. There is an analysis of population, and it was eye-opening to me because I expected that the service area population would be primarily Los Gatos with our 33,000 employees, but 33,000 residents. But I was shocked to see that 10% of San Jose was considered. So that's 101,000. It's almost half of this adjusted population. As a business operator, have you looked at these numbers? Do you think it's realistic that 10% of San Jose would be interested in Los Gatos, and that 100% of Campbell would be interested in Los Gatos as compared to San Jose as an opportunity for them to shop there? Have you looked at that, and do you have any reaction to it? I obviously have some questions for the consultants, but you've got a little different perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for the question. I got a chance to really briefly look. I absolutely think that that's viable. If we were to look at projections on this, we would take, again, we're not talking about Airfield here, but we're a very relevant sort of local conversation. We already do 1.2 million in gross to Los Gatos residents right now, over 2,000 individuals annually. We do about the same numbers to Campbell. So another about 1.2. So right off the bat, I think you're automatically looking at, and with retail, the way it's always designed, right, is about convenience and appeal, right? So what is the most convenient location, and how do you strategically make appeal in different locations? If we're only, 10 or so miles apart, why are we pulling people? So I think immediately you're looking at, let's call it 2.5 million gross. That's just us as one retailer would be pulling. I think the San Jose populations that are closer to Campbell that are closer to the border, that, even, the Saratoga populations and going up that way and going, obviously 17 traffic and all of those kind of things. I think it's completely viable that those numbers are there. And then if you take that and back out, I know I've seen some different financial analysis on what they think projected revenue is. I think a 4, 5, 6 million, upwards of $8 million location here is only doing about 260 transactions a day at an average rate of, $50 to $75. That's putting you, we're not talking about creating a superstore with this. I think we're talking about creating a strategic location that serves the kind of community that Los Gatos is a part of, and that pulls naturally to Los Gatos. So, you're not going to be pulling from East San Jose per se for people here, because there's a lot of retail in between here and there, but you'll be pulling from this center of influence that Los Gatos has. Yeah, absolutely.
More questions, Mr. Hughes?
Yes, on the financial viability and the number of customers, you said that you currently are serving 2,000. I looked at the survey in that area. It looked like about 12% of the respondents, or 13%, were not in the rarely category, but we're in the frequent or sometimes category. And if you look at the population of the adult population of Los Gatos, and then you apply 12% to that, that's probably only about 3,000 people at the most. So the fact that you are already servicing 2,000, do you really think that there is a serious business opportunity to serve that would make sense, given that response rate on our survey?
Yeah, I believe when I look at those numbers, I would consider it an equation between the TAM, the total addressable market, versus the current penetration rate. From a business strategy side of things, I think at a non-boots on the ground penetration rate, for what you're seeing versus what you could have with more of a dedicated local presence that has strategy in town, that has execution going, I think the penetration rate with a location here is significantly higher, is the short answer. And then the other piece of that too is looking at retention rate and customer life cycle. On average, retention rate for most people in the industry is somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks, 14 to 21 days. So if you're looking at 2 purchases per person per month times a current penetration rate versus a total addressable market, that's probably more like 5,000-6,000 plus the bleed over, the halo effect from Campbell and all the other locations. I think the viability is totally there. It's really this is what you have in your hands without doing anything, right? Here's the economic leakage we see. Here's the current penetration, all these kind of things. None of this is to say there's strategic design. We've done strategic campaigns to this location, to this geo, but nothing like having a center on spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lane. It looks like no more questions. I think we wanted Nathan Hill next.
Hello, all. Are we on?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for having this opportunity and forum to address this topic. I just wanted to speak to, as a Los Gatos citizen and owner in the San Francisco area, as well as a delivery service and storefront market in the Seaside, California area, have a little viewpoint on this. One of our largest struggles here is the youth impact that the cannabis industry will bring to this area. And I just wanted to speak on that. Cannabis is illegal for anyone under the age of 21 years of age without the use of a medical recommendation card. So that is something I just wanted none of us to forget here. So that's our starting point, that this industry creates a safe access point utilizing software and ID scanning processes similar to what Chris has spoken to validate the people that are entering our store for safe access. Bringing stores to Los Gatos will not only pinch the efforts of the illegal market, but it will reallocate those cannabis profits to the city itself, where we'll use those to create a community-wide impact. I think that's a very large point for us here, knowing the deficit, knowing that this is already occurring, bringing this to a organized enterprise will create that safe access. And then we're further decreasing our youth from access to harder or more problematic substances, creating safe access with all lab tested results. Cannabis purchased through these retail outlets not only have gone through state metric and or optimized research centers that validate every single component existent in said product, but it ensures that the end user is safe to consume said thing. And I want to appreciate the time and thank you all. And I'm going to pass it off to Mariko Cooley.
Thank you. All right. Do we have Mariko Cooley? I don't even see that name. Yes, let's go with Mariko Cooley.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, well, first, my name is Mariko Cooley. I am a resident to Los Gatos who has worked in the cannabis industry for over 8 years. And I'm just here to elaborate and educate the community on the safety of the regulations that the state has already set in place. First, the federal government has required for local governments to implement strong and effective regulatory and enforcement systems that correlate with state laws. Specifically, the Department of Justice stated the regulations must focus on preventing the distribution of cannabis to minors and preventing revenue from the sale of cannabis going to criminal enterprises, gangs, and cartels. Each location is required by state to be equipped with and at all times monitored by a closed-circuit video surveillance recording system for security purposes. This camera and recording system must be capable and record with adequate quality, color, and resolution to allow the ready identification of any individual committing a crime anywhere adjacent to each location, which is also made available to the chief of police and any other city officials without the need of subpoena. Furthermore, at all hours of operation shall have a minimum of 1 security personnel who shall provide security inside the premises along the outside perimeter and at the parking sites immediately adjacent to the premises and used by customers. Lastly, the extensive and heavily regulated track and trace system that has been set in place for 3 years now ensures the safe access to safe medicine while also keeping any revenue made from cannabis diverted away from criminal enterprises and gangs. Thank you all for your time, and I hope as a community we can bring this topic to ballot. I would like to introduce Phil Berry as the next speaker if there's no questions.
I don't see any questions. Let's bring Phil Berry next. That would be Phil, I guess. You are still muted. Please unmute yourself.
All right, I'm sorry. Here we go.
Yep.
I just wanted to congratulate. In the last 6 months, I've sat in a lot of housing, senior, budget Zoom meetings, not saying anything, just observing. And I am super impressed with the work of a city council people. You work long hours, including many times late at night and travel and have other responsibilities. So I appreciate that. I really want to speak as someone, as a senior citizen who lived in Los Gatos in 1966, raised 5 kids. My life, other than providing for them, was spent trying to develop them as people. And I'm excited, even though they experimented with marijuana, they experimented with alcohol. They're all fabulous, healthy adults. And so as I look at and set in on all of these things, and I've worked with kids. I coached soccer for 14 years. I was the chairman of the juvenile probation, juvenile diversion program for Santa Clara County for Los Gatos, Campbell, Montessorino, and Saratoga. So I got a bird's eye on cases and what kids did and didn't do, because I had kids in school I wanted to know. And I led outward bound kind of month-long backpacking trips for kids going into high school every summer. So I'm familiar with kids, I'm familiar with their issue, I'm very supportive. But what I do hear from all of this is we haven't figured out a way to raise money. We figured out a way to raise fees and taxes, and like others have said here, we haven't figured out a way to raise money. So because of that, I'm 100% supportive of this initiative. And what I'm left with is the last time I checked, we're a democracy. My only request is this go to ballot so that 33,000 other people have a chance to weigh in. I think that's the least we can do, and other people spoke on that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. I don't see any questions for you. Next up, I'll call Ann Ortmeyer.
Hello, my name is Ann Ortmeyer, and I'm a retired physician. I've lived in Los Gatos for 22 years. 3 children all went through Los Gatos schools, Los Gatos High School, 2 girls and a boy. And my concern is more from the social aspect of it that some other people talked about. And I'm particularly concerned about one very vulnerable population in all this, and that's our adolescent teen boys, anywhere from the age of 11 all the way up to adulthood until 25. There's been a lot of evidence-based data and scientific evidence that THC, the active ingredient in cannabis, does alter in susceptible individuals, alter and maybe destroy neural connections in the frontal lobe. And these changes can be, irreversible. And they've even found that some of these people go on to have schizoaffective disorders and mental health issues. And this particular population, their frontal lobe doesn't develop fully until the age of 25. So my concern is that I know that they will get, like one person said, marijuana from anywhere, you can get it. But if we have a storefront in Los Gatos, I do believe that it would be more accessible to this population. Maybe they have uncles or, older brothers that, can make it more accessible, especially to the middle school population. And I feel that it's a real health danger for this population in particular. And they've actually I've read some things that said it's becoming a public health issue. And it's mainly in this population. So I would encourage the council members to investigate this. And I think it's a real important issue.
Thank you, Ms. Ortmeyer. I don't see any questions. Next up, Andrea Romano.
Hi there, my name is Andrea Romano. I'm the Chamber Board President. As you know, we represent the businesses and the success of the businesses in the town. During our last meeting, 11 of the 12 members who were present voted in favor of allowing these stores to exist in Los Gatos. We recognize that these retail stores are an important part of our economic vitality, and they are legal stores that should be allowed. Personally, I'd like to reinforce that the comments made by others. Where is the line drawn? Do we stop allowing liquor stores to exist? There are several near the middle school and the high school, and they have far less regulations. Why are cannabis stores being signaled out by or being eliminated? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Romano. No questions. Thank you for keeping it short. Next up, Margaret Smith.
Yes, thank you. I'm Margaret Smith. I'm a long-term resident of Los Gatos, and I just have a couple of comments to make. One is what I have heard is that if these businesses are allowed, perhaps the best place for them would be down farther away from the central business district. If that is correct, if it's such a great business, then why is it that we want to put it someplace where it's out of mind and out of sight? Just a question. It almost seems hypocritical to me. that that's where we would place this business if we indeed believe it's such a great business for Los Gatos. The second comment I want to make is that our town staff did a lot of research on this. Chief Field has weighed in on it. They both have recommended that we not allow cannabis dispensaries at this time, at least. And I'd like to give some weight to both the staff and Chief Field and their comments and recommendations instead of just dismissing them. We haven't heard it all from Chief Field, who has done some research on this. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any questions for you. Next up, Susan Burnett.
Oh, good evening, Council. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to, I'm concerned that the Town Council did read the report from our wonderful Town Manager, Laurel Prevetti, on June 16th, where, you know, she's saying maintain a ban on cannabis businesses in Los Gatos. And that was coordinated with the Town Attorney's Office, the Police Department, Community Development Department, and the Finance Department. Now, those departments are nothing to sneeze at. I think we need to show respect for what the decision that she came up with. You know, very important issues, very important reasons why we should maintain the ban on cannabis in our town. I do not think we should go forward with a ballot measure. I mean, why is that necessary? We have seen proof now, you know, and there is real proof that there would not really be a revenue stream coming from these businesses in Los Gatos because they wouldn't stop at one, they want three. So we really have to pay attention to this. You know, this is our town staff that have looked at it all in all different ways, and they've come up with that it should still remain banned in Los Gatos. And I think we should pay attention to that. Otherwise, why do we have staff input from very important parts of our town members? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. I don't see any questions. I'm running out of people to call on. If anybody wants to speak, please raise your hand. Next up, let's go with Sean Colleray.
Good evening, council members and staff. Thank you for your time and your effort. I was originally called, I'm the president and founder of the Silicon Valley Cannabis Alliance. I am a lobbying advocacy organization based in Los Gatos. I am at 10 Jackson Street on the corner of East Main and Jackson, right next to 7-Eleven. Several times a month, usually once or twice a week, I will have someone walk up to my door and ask me if I sell cannabis, because they confuse the Silicon Valley Cannabis Alliance with a cannabis retailer. And so I have to turn them away. And on a hot day like today, I offer them water and turn them away. And they're all shapes and sizes, and they all have that same look. They have their cell phone in their hand, and they're looking to purchase cannabis. And I could just send them to 7-Eleven. I've seen so many drug deals happen at 7-Eleven, so many so that the prior police chief and the prior police department used to actually go on the second story of my building and put cameras and microphones so they could look down at the students during lunchtime doing drug deals right there at 7-Eleven. That's a public space, and I would allow them the ability to go do that. In fact, I gave them a key when I owned the building to actually access that part of my office building and get up on the roof on their own accord. Prop 215 allowed cannabis throughout the state of California. Since the passage of Prop 64, the total number of dispensaries has gone down from 3,000 to about 800. That deficit has been picked up by the illegal market. The illegal market right now, which delivers every day to Los Gatos, is 2/3 of the total market in California. 66% of all sales are happening from the illegal market. So regardless of what you do this evening, you're not going to stop the flow or the illegal crime or the cartels from doing any work in Los Gatos. And so regardless of what happens this evening, you should find money for the mental health of students that are purchasing this and address those school concerns, and also the concerns of the police department with organized crime, because it's here in Los Gatos. I see it openly. I see when you have an office next to 7-Eleven, you don't really have to go far to see illegal activity.
Thank you, Mr. Calray. Does anybody have any questions? Don't see any hands, so thank you. I also don't have any more hands from the public. Is there anybody left that hasn't spoken? Tom Woods.
Hi, my name's Tom. I live in the Los Gatos Mountains. I actually come from the UK, where cannabis is still very much illegal. So I've lived in society where it is legal and illegal. And I want to address some points that have been made in this call, particularly around the negative psychological and medical impact on the community, especially the younger generation. My wife works in a county drug rehab facility. When addicts are in withdrawal, they can experience very serious withdrawal symptoms that require withdrawal to happen in specially equipped facilities. The two drugs that require addicts to go to these specially equipped facilities, it's not meth, it's not cocaine, it's not ketamine, it's definitely not cannabis. In fact, in years of working there, she's never seen a cannabis addict case. It is alcohol and heroin and other opiates that require additional supervision during withdrawal. I think we really need to take a step back when we're doing a risk assessment of available legal substances. And as some other folks have already mentioned on the call, what do? Do we cordon off the alcohol aisle in the grocery store? Do we force liquor stores to have security guards that ID everyone on the door as if it were a nightclub? No. We reasonably regulate trusted business owners and organizations to operate law-abiding and morally sturdy businesses that assist the city in mitigating risks to the community where possible. Objectively, making access to cannabis, access to safe tested cannabis is overall a positive. I've seen some terrible growing practices in the unregulated market that lead to unsafe cannabis products, and it's important, in my opinion, to combat the black market cannabis. The two ways in which you can do this is provide easier access to legal cannabis and to not overtax licensed cannabis businesses to the point where it's cheaper to buy black market products. I've heard a handful of folks express concerns, especially for troubled teenage boys, but come on, kids are kids. They're going to break into your liquor cabinet. They're going to steal their uncles or older siblings' weed. My firm opinion is that it's better to have access to clean test cannabis than the black market untested cannabis.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. I don't see any questions for you. Is there anybody else left that hasn't spoken? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment and come back to council now. Maybe more questions?
And Mr. Mayor, if I will, I'd like to introduce to the town council Esther Campbell, who is with ETC Institute that did the survey that you received this afternoon. I know you had some questions, and perhaps during the break, you may have more. So Esther is with us, as well as AJ from HDL. Mark Lovelace is also available if we'd like to promote him back to panelist. So you have several resources available. And of course, Chief Field, if you have questions for our chief, she's also available. So thank you all.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So I do have a question for ETC, and it's related to this survey. And when I received it, I had the concern that I was trying to reconcile question number 1 with question number 3, because the results seem to contradict each other. So number 1, it's what's your level of support and opposition for the following. So you've got 3 categories. The bottom one is allowing commercial cannabis business in Los Gatos. It reads 53.1% are strongly opposed, and it reads 25.8% are strongly supportive of it. I look at question number 3. Based on this information, what is your overall level of support or opposition for allowing commercial cannabis retailers within the town of Los Gatos? This time it says 51% strongly support, 26.8% are strongly opposed. What's the difference?
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing up this question. I really appreciate
so that I can answer. So that first question is a more generalized question. So if you do look at the survey instrument, it's just the general views of cannabis. And then when we get into, so that's question one. We're asking more, just allowing commercial cannabis businesses. Then when we get down to question three, there's a little, just an educational schematic, and I appreciate, I believe his name was Chris, he brought this up. This is us educating the folks. Hey, so the first question was more general, not specific. We get down to question three, there's a more specific. What do we mean by commercial cannabis retailers? This could mean a storefront or that offer delivery, or a non-storefront that's sorry, it's late here. Delivery only. So it gets more specific. So whenever I first received the very first draft of this, it was very, 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 very technical. And so this survey was very like, hey, we don't know how much education that the residents have in Los Gatos regarding this topic. And so to bog them down with very technical terms, that's where we started out very general. What is just your general view of it? Now just giving a little bit of education and specific question. Well, okay, now with this, now what is your view? So this is just getting more specific. And I believe just seeing that the difference in that is that the general view is, hey, just offering businesses, we don't support that. But whenever we get more into, okay, different types, I think what the people of Los Gatos is saying, hey, like, we want regulation of this. We don't just want the town to go out and just allow businesses to pop up everywhere, but that and this is also supporting data of what is in here where, medicinal versus just adult recreational. So I think what that is saying is, okay, now that I have more information, I'm more supportive. But then as we see going into more of the survey, we're seeing residents say, okay, but we do want the town to regulate. Does that help?
It does, but I think you said that it gets more specific as you go through the survey. Is that what
yeah.
Okay,
So it's a
so
very
then,
more specific question.
well, that being said, then if you look at number three, it could mean that somebody might interpret that to be a retailer for medicinal purposes and not necessarily recreational. How do we know that?
And yeah, no, you're correct. And then we get into question four, and that's where we ask, okay, so as a commercial cannabis retailer, you support. And then when we get into question four, we're asking, okay, well, do you support a storefront for medicinal, or do you, how strongly do you support a storefront with adult recreation? Or as we see, or a non-storefront delivery only. And when we see the results, folks are more supportive of that medicinal use than the recreational use. So as we start getting a little bit more deeper of understanding what the residents are saying, they're saying, okay, like for medicinal, I understand that, and I support that more than a storefront adult recreation use cannabis. But there's more support in the non-storefront delivery only for medicinal cannabis.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much for the clarification. It helps with my analysis of this survey. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for letting me answer.
As long as we're on that, I had one also on page 17 where you ask about Prop 64. It makes me wonder about what's changed, or are we talking to a representative sample? Because we know that Los Gatos, I think, voted something around 70% to pass Prop 64. But here you're asking the question, did you, of the people that we got to take the survey, did you vote for Prop 64? And the answer is only 40%. And even if all the don't remembers were added, it's still only 50%, well short of the percentage that actually voted for it. So I'm trying to wonder, do we have the same representative of people that go to the ballot box, Or did people change their minds? Or maybe when they voted for Prop 64, they were assuming it was going to be somewhere else. Any thoughts on this?
No, that's a really great question. And so many variables could honestly go into that. That was 6 years ago. And so a lot has happened in between. I understand the question, and it's interesting. I had spoke with Laurel earlier that I do want to cross-tab this out and sparse it out more so that I could understand these folks that did say yes, what else did they say? But those folks could have moved. California's gotten expensive, so maybe they needed to go somewhere cheaper. I mean, so many variables could have gone into why that doesn't match to the 2016, the percentage that did say yes and were supportive of it.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Risto?
Yeah, it's that question intrigued me as well. And as a follow-on question, since about 18% say they did not vote, do we know what the percentage was that voted that year? Does this mirror the percentage of people that we know voted in California that year, or in Los Gatos on this issue? I'm just wondering if we have, if we can map this back to facts and see if this even. Okay.
It was a presidential election year.
Right. So I was just curious, is that 18% accurate, or really did, 89% of the people vote? And so that doesn't make sense. So I was just curious.
We also have to keep in mind too, these all, I don't remember the exact, Arn gave me the number, but I don't remember the exact number of registered voters. I'm not sure who's a registered voter here, since it was, because there was that decision in the beginning. Do we just take the survey to registered voters and make that the type of survey, or do we just allow every household? And that's what we did, because it is such a hot topic. I didn't want to leave any household out of the random sample. So we don't know how many of these folks are even registered voters. It would be very interesting to see if we did do just a quick additional survey to registered voters, that question. And that would give us a better understanding of if those folks are still there in Los Gatos.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point, because I didn't even think about the fact that people answering this may not have been registered voters. So that 18% could include people that were registered and didn't vote, and people that are not registered. Yeah. There's just so much data. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, I told Laurel that I do want to cross-tab this out. I just didn't have time today. I really wanted to, but I do want to cross-tab it out and just see, understand the folks that said these specific things. What else did they say? Yet support or unsupport to?
Councilmember Hudis?
Hello. I don't know how often you do this survey in other communities, and whether you have a cohort. But one thing that jumped out at me was on page 19, the number of people who self-report as using recreational cannabis for recreational purposes is the regularly and occasionally is only less than 13%. Nationally, I've heard that number is much, much higher. Do you have access to that kind of information? And does that number strike you as Los Gatos being a community that doesn't use cannabis very often?
So unfortunately, I haven't completed enough of these surveys to use my own data to say, hey, this is what I see nationally. This is something that I would love I would love to find the data to be able to say, okay, this sounds about right. Really understanding the demographic of Los Gatos, that makes sense to me, honestly. Just and I don't know, and that's really the beauty of this survey, is that it's random and people are going to say the truth on the paper. It's anonymous. Nobody's going to know who they are. and so they can say whatever they want. They can say the truth, versus if they're in public with those loud voices. But seeing those results, it does, it does make sense to me, just knowing the demographics of Los Gatos.
Thank you.
Mr. Hudis, you could also think about the other data points we got, and it seems like it's sounds a little bit low. If 2/3 of cannabis is bought illegally, that means this is 12%. So does that mean that 8% are buying it illegally? So we only have 4% that buy it legally. 4% of our population is about a little more than 1,000, and I thought we were told we had 2,000 customers from Los Gatos. So all those numbers don't quite all add up.
Right. That jumped out at me too.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind too, I'm not sure who's buying in Los Gatos. I'd have to do a little bit of investigating and come to Los Gatos and investigate. I'm not sure who is. It would be really interesting. It is interesting that you bring that up. And did they get the survey, or did they get the survey but they didn't want to fill it out due to fear, or even though we do say it is anonymous, there is that fear factor of, oh, this is such a hot topic in Los Gatos and I don't want anybody to find my name or address and then I get in trouble.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, thoughts from council members? Vice Mayor Risto?
Thank you. I have a couple thoughts. I mean, we almost have two issues here. One is, are we intending or thinking about allowing cannabis dispensaries in town? But the other is the tax issue. And, as I was thinking about that seems non-controversial to me. I could be wrong, but I think given that state law is changing and that we might not be able to uphold a ban on cannabis dispensaries, at least medicinal ones, but now understanding that a good percentage of people purchasing medicinal marijuana may not have medicinal cards, it seems to me that, the first thing I would want to consider is I think we should put a ballot initiative on to increase a tax, or to have an increased tax beyond our 1/4 cent that we collect right now on any cannabis sales within the town. I don't know that, I have a lot of thoughts about where this community stands on whether we would have adult use cannabis dispensaries, but from the viewpoint that we may not be able to completely ban cannabis sales from within town, I think it's very important to make sure that we can at least recover some costs and get the enhanced sales tax. So that's where I'm leaning right now for a first step.
There's also another dimension too. We could allow delivery services that get taxed, but not have a brick and mortar, which has that visibility that people are more worried about.
Right. I don't disagree with that. I was trying to break it into two things. One, I don't know how you want to move procedurally, but there's two separate issues. And I'm thinking the ballot initiative is something that is time sensitive. Whether we allow a dispensary or delivery is not time sensitive. And I think that whether we want dispensaries or not, we do want increased sales tax if those sales occur in town. So I think, to me, the top priority would be to make sure that we move forward with a ballot initiative.
And even if we moved forward with a ballot initiative that passed, we still would have to then decide we wanted to change ordinances to allow it in town, correct? That's really for staff. I see their heads nodding yes. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thinking about it a little bit differently, that actually the more I read and learn about this, the less I know. And it does seem to me that as a council member, I think I can ask some questions about the financial side of it and get a better sense. But in terms of what does the town want, I'm getting very conflicting information on it. And I think the survey is an example of that. But I think the way to find out is to just ask people. And so if we were to do a ballot measure on only the tax, then we're not asking the public. So I would rather see those two asked together. In fact, I feel quite strongly about that we should ask our residents on this. Sometimes a ballot measure is a way for a politician to dodge a hot topic. And sometimes ballot measures can be confusing, but I've looked into some of these ballot measures and I pointed out one from Malibu. And I had several other examples where they were essentially asking two questions. Do you want cannabis retail and do you want to tax it? And then it becomes and it's an and, it's not or, it's one question, but it gets a sense about whether the community wants this or not. And so for me, that's the only kind of ballot measure that I would support, is one that asks our residents what they want. I don't feel like I have special expertise here. I think that it really should be up to the residents, since we would have to do a ballot measure anyway. For the tax side of it, why not just ask them whether they want it as well? And I think there's some examples of that.
And so let me try to understand a little bit. So you're I thought that we had talked about maybe two questions in a ballot measure, but you're suggesting a single question with an and in it. Is that correct?
Correct. And there are 3 or 4 of them that I saw that were like that. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Malibu, I'm on the wrong document here. Harupa Valley, Compton, and Malibu wrote very simple ballot measures. I could read it, but I've given the information to the town attorney, but basically it asks, should you allow and regulate cannabis and tax it? And the percentage of the tax is in the question. So it's one question, but it covers the do you want it part of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Let's see what Vice Mayor Risto has to say.
Yeah, thank you. I understand where you're coming from, Councilmember Hudes. The one concern I have is that those ballot initiatives were probably written at a point where there was a thought that saying no would mean there would not be any cannabis sales in town. And now, given that there can be state legislature that could have delivery services coming from our town, if voters voted no on allowing cannabis dispensaries and taxing them, because if they're coupled together, and then state law disallows us from banning cannabis delivery in town for medicinal reasons, we can't receive anything more than that quarter-cent sales tax. And so I am concerned because I think the playing field has changed. I'd like to ask our town attorney to weigh in on that. I mean, I'm just feeling like it's really important, almost from a defensive point of view, if we think our town or our police department is not at a place where a dispensary makes sense, I don't understand why we would want to then be subjected to having sales in town and not collecting that sales tax, even if we never wanted to open an adult use cannabis dispensary. I don't know, Town Attorney
I
Whalen?
mean, what's coming to mind for me is I think it's an important fact that our consultant mentioned that only 3,000 people in California have that medical card that entitles them to an exemption from the sales tax. So it's a very small amount of people. And so what I would propose is that I look into the possibility of the sales tax, a business license tax on gross receipts, or a combination of the two. And then I could report back to the council.
Councilmember Sayak?
So Mayor, if you could clarify, so I know I want to take there's a lot of discussion that we're going to have, but what is the most time sensitive decision that you want to make today?
I believe it is the ballot measure. If we want to put something on a ballot, staff needs to know today to start working on it by August 2nd. We would need to review that in order to have time for it to occur this cycle. Council, one thing to keep in mind, we can every 2 years we could put something on the ballot. So if something changed at the state that allowed it, but we couldn't tax it, it just means for a year or something we wouldn't be able to tax it, because we could then put it on a future. Anytime there's council election, we can put a tax measure on.
Okay.
So that's what's time sensitive is, and I would add that we need a 4/5 vote of council members to put something on. So I believe staff wants to see a 4/5 vote tonight in order to do the work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I can share where I'm at the moment. It's pretty much in line with the recommendation that's within the staff report. I would like to maintain the ban on cannabis businesses in Los Gatos. I think asking our town residents what they think, I think that's a valuable piece of information, but we've also heard from our town staff that even if our residents voted yes, we may not be in a position to accommodate that request. And I want to be sensitive to that given how lean our resources are right now. And I don't want to tax our staff with another, I guess, priority given all the other priorities that are ongoing. So I would like to maintain the ban. However, I do think I'd hate to lose money if the state legislature prohibits us from this ban. I think having a taxing structure in place would be wise. So the question I have is, and this is perhaps what staff comes back with, is what the language is. Should it clearly state that should the state legislature allow this? This is our tax. I guess I don't know what the preface is of how that would be explained so that it'd be absolutely clear that currently there is a ban. I'm more concerned on, should this be allowed at the state level? This is the tax that we would be doing. So if that makes sense, I'd like to tax it. I just don't know what the preface is in that ballot language at this time. So that's where I'm at the moment.
And would staff be able to write that the council member is talking about?
Yes, and I mean, I'd probably work with a specialist in this area, but we'd have to attach the proposed ordinance to the ballot measure, and I'm anticipating an ordinance that would take effect if that state bill becomes law.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Badami now.
So I'll be providing my comments here along with Council Members Mariko Sayak, in that I'll be maintaining the ban on commercial cannabis. And we have to consider that public safety is the top strategic priority for our town. We have our chief of police, staff, Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department, not recommending this. We're looking at law enforcement issues, oversight and staffing that wouldn't offset the cost of any potential tax revenue that is somewhat questionable. I'm looking at the surveys. Yes, they're conflicting, but we've had a scientific survey now with ETC. We've had an unscientific survey with SurveyMonkey, but they kind of paralleled in that the community has spoken that they don't want it, although I understand that the chamber does. So I would not be supporting moving forward. Even the ordinance or putting it to the voters concerns me. We've already spent $50,000 on a tax consultant. Now we want to spend, if we do 2 ballot measures, another $116,000. So we're almost spending $200,000 on all these studies for cannabis, when I think I have enough information that most of the community does not support it. And again, we don't even know about the tax benefits. And there's a lot of what ifs around drafting this ordinance. So that's where I stand at the moment.
Councilmember Hudis.
I had a question for the town attorney. Would the financial analysis, like what we've received, would that need to be on there? Because I have some very significant questions with this financial analysis here. I think the numbers are very high. I think the expectation that 100,000 people from San Jose would come to Los Gatos, or even if you deducted the 30% that they're saying, but that's the biggest group of cannabis shoppers, almost by 3 times, would be people from San Jose. I also think that the financial analysis is strictly focused on revenue and that didn't look at cost. I've asked about that for a year now, that I think that that's an important part of the fiscal analysis. Would we have to put something like this into the ballot measure? Because I have doubts about this financial analysis.
What I'm picturing is an ordinance that says a tax of X shall be imposed on medical marijuana delivery services. The end.
There wouldn't be a fiscal impact in the ballot that we'd have to put onto the ballot?
I haven't looked into it in that much detail yet.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go to Vice Mayor Risto. I'm still trying to sort through this too in my mind.
Right. I mean, one thing I would say is, why would we put the fiscal analysis? I'm viewing this tax measure as defensive, that in case cannabis delivery is required within our community, not that we're asking for it, not that we're approving it, but if it's required, that we can raise the tax. I would say that, so I have stood in probably a different place than some of the council members, that I feel like a lot of the negative comments made about cannabis, you could substitute alcohol and they're equally true. And I imagine that if we started all over and didn't have a single bar or serve alcohol in this community, you'd have the same conversation. And I'm not saying because we have alcohol, we should have cannabis, but I'm coming from a different place. I view them both as legal intoxicants of choice. And I think they are not good choices for anybody under 21. So talking about the youth abuse or issues rings true for both of them. That said, knowing that our police department would have an impact upon them that we're not sure if we could mitigate, understanding that unlike some of our other counties, Santa Clara County does not have a cannabis task force that would, any kind of oversight, and we would have to create it on our own. And if we were only talking about 1 or 2 dispensaries, creating that whole infrastructure just for that makes no sense at all. And so I think for those reasons, certainly right now and maybe never, dispensaries in our town don't make sense. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't have them right on our border in San Jose. right on our border in Campbell, right on our border anywhere else. But I think that, right now I'm not willing, I'm not hearing a compelling, overwhelming support in the community. And I am hearing from our staff, people who have looked at this issue, that this could have a lot of negative impact on us. And I'm not willing to do that. But I do think that we want to put just a ballot initiative on to make sure that if and when sales are occurring within our community, that we don't have any control over banning, that we are receiving tax for that.
Councilmember Sack.
I just wanted to reiterate that comment as well, that I'm separating the two things. And so strictly with the tax measure, I want, if it's possible, as little language as possible in this, because I know that once it goes to the ballot, should anything need to be changed, it has to go back to voters. And so understanding the context that at this time, my personal belief is that we should maintain that ban. I do want to make it so that we have that taxing option, because I do think, just looking at the legislature that is happening and swirling in Sacramento, I do think it may happen within the next 2 years. And whether or not the fiscal analysis is correct, whether or not there's still debate on how much revenue we will receive, I think we need to try and capture as much of that revenue to offset what we already acknowledge will be a tax, will be a staff burden, because we don't have infrastructure at this time to develop any of this regulatory work that we would need within our town. And so again, I want to just make that I'm trying to focus just on the fiscal the fiscal implications, which is why I would like a tax measure to capture that should the state move this forward.
And town manager, would you like to add information?
Yes, I just wanted to add that, should the council want to move forward with a ballot measure, we, in consultation and work with our town attorney and any outside counsel, we could come back with a couple of different alternatives. Right now we have Senator Wiener's bill in Sacramento, but it's possible that another legislator might try again by allowing any kind of dispensary and prohibiting local government from banning any kind of medical or any kind of cannabis business. So we might want to have our tax measure be broad, so that way we could capture any possible thing that might happen out of Sacramento. Or we could be very narrow, as our town attorney suggested earlier, by just addressing the SB 1186 that's currently going through the process. So I think we could bring back some choices, but I do want to make sure that this is something, especially for the tax measure, that we have 4/5 of the council who wants us to invest in this work. Because it's going to take 4/5 to put a tax measure on the ballot come August. And again, you would be asking the question, do we want the voters to make that tax decision? You're not, telling them how to vote. You're giving them that choice to vote on a tax measure. So just some more thought for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hudis. I think you're muted.
I absolutely would like to capture tax revenue. I think that could be done if these bills are passed. I'm not in favor of putting something on the ballot, an if-then type of a thing. We don't know what exactly is going to happen. It doesn't seem to make sense. Plus, this starts to fall into the category of ballot measures that are, if not deceptive, at least extremely confusing. And this is one of the reasons why I don't like ballot measures. Somebody comes in and sees this and says, okay, this is a vote for cannabis in our town. And in fact, I think maybe 80 or 90% of the ballot measures that I looked at were about the tax. The problem is that there's not then the opportunity to go back to the public and say, do you want it? So that do you want it then falls back on the council. And so this is why I would really only support a ballot measure if we were straightforward and honest and asked, do you want it? And I think in this case, there's a lot of value in asking that question whenever we do a ballot measure. So whether it's now or sometime later after these bills have passed, I would only support a ballot measure if we asked our residents what they want.
Would you like to make a motion to that effect and see how it flies?
I don't know if it is well, I could say, yeah, I would be in favor of working on a ballot measure as outlined, if it also asks the question of residents whether they would approve of cannabis operations in town. So I'll try that. Let me ask
Staff what that means, since he used the language as outlined. What does that mean we're writing?
As I understand the motion, it would really be that compound question that was mentioned earlier in this conversation. So it would essentially be, do the resident, something to the effect of directing staff to prepare a ballot measure for consideration on August 2. That would essentially ask two questions. One, are the residents interested in cannabis businesses in Los Gatos? And if so, would you like it to be taxed? So, and obviously the town attorney could say it more eloquently than that, but my sense is that it's that compound question that Mr. Hudes is interested in.
Does that, Mr. Hudes, does that sound like what you're talking?
It does, and I think I provided an example to the town attorney.
Okay, Councilmember Sack.
Well, I have a question. So would you like a question, or do you want to see if there's a second to continue?
Well, I'd like to see if there's a second, unless you need a question that's going to lead to a second. I don't see anybody else jumping out to do the second. Go ahead with your question.
So it's to town staff. What if, and I know we don't like what ifs, but again, what if the state says that we cannot prohibit cannabis? And this were the question that were asked of voters, and they said, no, we don't want this. So we cannot tax then. Is that correct?
That's correct. We would have to try again. If that question fails at the ballot, then in 2024, if in that intervening period, the state legislature imposes something on local government, we might be having a similar conversation and coming up with other ballot language.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't see a second for this motion. Unless somebody wants to jump up, I'm going to call the motion dead. Councilmember Sack, would you like to try a motion? You or the other one okay, Vice Mayor Risto?
Yeah, I move that we have staff craft maybe some options, wording around whether to tax cannabis. And, some of the wording can talk about the fact that we are maintaining a ban right now, but if cannabis sales occur in town, and I think we should leave that relatively loose in terms of how they might occur. I don't think we want to be specific to medicinal, just in case, as Councilmember Sayak said, maybe state law changes and keeps us from banning all cannabis. But I would like to see some questions around taxing cannabis sales, where the the sale point is in Los Gatos, whether it's delivery or retail, and just related to the tax.
Okay, so I need a second for that motion. Councilmember Sayak,
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Badami.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for the maker of the motion. So I just need to clarify, you're asking the town attorney to bring back options or just reword some alternative wordsmithing on potential ordinances? I'm not quite understanding the direction.
Yeah, thank you for the question. What I'm asking is for maybe a couple of, so that when we see it in August, it's not one version, that if there's a couple of versions that make sense to Town Attorney Whalen about how we would tax it, so that we can make a choice at that next meeting, because we are, we have to figure out what question to put before the voters. And I don't know that one version might work for all of us. So I would like some options.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Hudis.
I think I know the answer, but since there was some latitude in having staff draft this, would that include the question whether residents want to have cannabis operations in town?
No, and in fact, I think that would be a deceptive measure, because that would imply to residents they actually have a choice. And given that there may be laws that require it, I don't want to see us put a ballot initiative out asking residents if they want it and if they'll tax it. And if it gets denied, if residents vote no, and then we have dispensaries here or delivery, it will look like that ballot initiative wasn't based in fact. So I just want to deal with the taxes and then see what comes up after that.
And you mean taxes if it is forced upon us by the state?
I don't even want to be that specific, but I mean, we could say that. We don't know what laws will be coming up.
Well, just respectfully, I don't think that's being deceptive, because that's something that we're not doing. That's something that the state is doing. I think it would be more straightforward to ask the residents whether they want it or not, rather than throw it back to the council to make that decision. But that's, I think I lost on even getting a second for that idea. So I just wanted to express that I would not be able to support that.
Okay, if I can just, through the mayor, I mean, what I'm concerned about is if residents, I think it could very well fail. Some residents don't want a dispensary, that's fine. But the council cannot make the decision ever to tax without putting it on a ballot initiative. And so I think that has to go on the ballot initiative. If we want to talk about whether we're going to allow dispensaries or put that on that's a separate issue to me. But I think knowing that we will very likely have cannabis sales coming from Los Gatos, I want to make sure that we can tax it.
Okay, would anybody like to ask for any more changes to the motion? If not, I will call the question. I think it's going to fail. This needs a 4/5 vote. So I'll start off. Councilmember Hudis.
Well, actually,
Okay.
how I understood the motion was it was asking staff to come back with a number of options regarding a potential ballot measure to be placed on the ballot by the council. And so only 3 of the 5 council members would need to direct staff to prepare that information. And then when it came back to the council on August 2nd, there would be a 4/5 vote required to put it on the ballot.
Yeah, I think that the problem is if we don't get 4 votes now, why are we going to get 4 votes after all the work is done? That's my concern. Although you're telling me I legally can't call that a 4/5 is required on the motion.
Right, because tonight we're asking for direction.
That kind of puts us in a difficult place. Councilmember Sack?
Actually, I'm with you, Mayor. I guess my specific question is, what are the resources that will be going into this, right? And then, because I am concerned if we can't get 4/5, I don't want to ask our staff to continue down this path and then just waste a summer for them. So I know I know legally if it passes, but then I'm curious if we'll even get 4. So I don't know how you want to play that. So.
And if I may, resources are going to be tight. We do have a lot of other things happening over the summer months. And I do, with a ballot measure, we would also have to have draft ordinances that would go with it. So that it's not just crafting the limited word measure, but it would also be doing the work with an associated ordinance. So that way, if you liked one of those options, we would be literally ready to go, or very close to it. So there is going to be work. We would most likely work with outside counsel who have experience with ballot measures such as this. So there would be additional resources in this area. This was an idea that I had before our town attorney joined us, that when we got to this point, I thought that a 4/5 vote might be helpful from a resource, even though it's legally not required that it's a 4/5 vote. It just from a workload perspective, it would be. And as the manager, I was hoping we would have 4/5 to even direct the work, just because it is an outlay of resources. And if the council is reluctant to move forward, then we have other things we could be using our time on. But I defer to our town attorney. I don't want to put the council in an uncomfortable place.
I think that gives us enough information. Let me just call a question. Let me start with Councilmember Badami.
I vote no. I don't like the idea that we have to spend more money to hire outside counsel. I don't like the idea of spending another $60,000 on a ballot measure. I don't like the time constraints that's going to strain our staff. I think we can wait 2 years if it becomes mandatory and regulatory that we have to do it. There's too many what ifs. It's too vague for me to proceed.
Councilmember Hudis.
I'll vote no. And just to explain that, if I haven't done so already, I think this is a democratic question that really the voters need to be asked whether they want it or not. And so I wouldn't be able to support even if it made sense financially, to go forward without asking our voters whether they want it. So that would be a no.
Council members Sack.
Well, considering we can't get 4/5, I don't want to spend additional resources into doing any further research. But again, I do believe there is value in putting this as a tax resources. Should this be asked of us by our state legislature?
So I'll take that as a no vote.
Correct.
Vice Mayor.
And I'll vote yes, even though it won't go anywhere.
And I'll vote no for the same reason that the Councilmember Sack voted no. Councilmember Hudis.
I just wanted to make the comment that if the state decided that question for us, instead of giving us the opportunity to ask voters, I certainly would be in favor of crafting a tax measure at that time.
So, Mr. Hudis, as I'm hearing you, you will not vote for any motion that does not include asking the question whether the voters want to have it in town or not.
Yes, that's correct.
And would anybody like to make a motion that includes that? So I think that puts us pretty much done with this item. Do Town manager, do I need a motion or can I just call us at a stalemate and end this item?
I think the council has deliberated and has made a decision. Of course, we can always talk about it again under strategic priorities in January if you want to revisit this. If we get new information coming out of Sacramento, we could be having this conversation again in 2024. And I just, again, want to thank our consultants and the staff who have been really, Holly and Chief Field, Captain Moy, and others who have, really given some thought, and all of our community members who have engaged with us. And of course, the council. Thank you.
And Councilmember Hudis?
I'm sorry, I may have missed it. What was the vote?
So the vote that for the motion was 1-4, and it clearly failed. And we did not take another motion. We have determined that we're not going to move forward with this item. We won't need a vote on that. If nobody has any further comments or motions, I will call this agenda item done. I don't see any hands, so I will call agenda item number 23 finished, and that is the last agenda item on our agenda tonight. So if nobody else has any comments, I will call us adjourned. Thank you.